good morning. Good morning. Are you okay? I am trained as a teacher, so I want kids to say good morning, teacher. Even when they meet me in town, those who schooled under Bantu education like me, you say good morning, teacher, and the teacher says, good morning, class, sit down. So even if you meet them in town, you will say good morning, teacher, and then you says good morning, class, sit down. So I am going to say so. I hope you are well, and I hope all you are fine. Yeah, let's get started. My name is SAAPAM Zondi. I'm with the National Planning Commission and also with the University of Johannesburg. I have the honor this morning to chair this very important session about what was touched upon a little bit yesterday when we had the Deputy Minister for Public Service and Administration addressing us alongside Professor Sibusiso Villenkomo. And this is the subject of the Government of National Unity. After the 29th of May elections, we had a hung parliament. The governing party registered a 17% decline, following on a cumulative 8% decline over the elections before that, 3 elections before that. So it was quite a shocking change for society in many ways, and it forced society, South African society, to look at new ways in which it could manage its political power. And you would know that there was talk of a coalition government coming long before that, so the results were not completely a surprise for those who've been looking at the trends of decline. But it is the size of decline that shocked a lot of people. It seemed to have shocked a lot of people, not very much the governing party, because it quickly collected itself and found ways to continue to lead after losing, which must be credited to them as a massive show of force to decline 17% and be able to issue a statement thereafter and say, we have 40% of the votes, but we have 70% of cabinet posts. So you thought we lost. We actually won by higher margins. That's serious evidence of bravado and ability to manage the dynamics. Now the Government of National Unity is over 100 days old. It is holding, and we hear the signals, investor confidence, business confidence, general outlook in the world is generally positive about this. We do not quite know yet what the citizens think, because there hasn't been any recent polls, except the poll released by Action SA about 2 days ago, but it was focused on a few metros in Gauteng, which found that the urban voters, urban citizens, especially in suburbs, were more positive than township and informal settlement citizens. And one of the elements was that the citizens on the outskirts were not quite sure what it means for them. Now, we're going to have the conversation here about the pros and cons. We are very privileged to have both those who are representing, who are within the GNU and those outside the GNU here, of course, with the help of an analyst. Ladies and gentlemen, without much further ado, allow me to begin with a voice outside the GNU that many people expected will be in the GNU, which is Mr. Musi Maimane, who is the founder and the leader of Build One South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Musi. Oh, sorry, Honorable Musi, no, member of Parliament.
How long do you need me for? Prof, thank you so much, and my greetings to Prof. Kgothatso, as the president, and to fellow panelists. I will try my best to reflect on the moment that this nation faces. I was saying to the prof earlier on that in 2016, we faced a similar moment. Johannesburg, Nelson Mandela Bay, Tshwane at the time, and in some ways Ekurhuleni, faced this dilemma where the voters had spoken to say we need parties to work together. There was a massive campaign on change, and about 10 parties, you'll remember General, the UDM, the DA, the EFF, the Freedom Front Plus, ACDP, IFP, came together and formed a government. Became a coalition government that elected a mayor in Joburg, in Gqeberha, and in Tshwane. The language back then was not perhaps maybe a government of local unity, it was a grand coalition of parties. And its net effect suffered from this great question that Kwan and Nkrumah put forward, which is to say, seek ye first the kingdom, the political kingdom, and hopefully the rest will be added unto you. And in all fairness, that wasn't such. Because in truth, as we've entered into this moment in 2024 of a government of national unity, that still in many ways rings true. We face the ultimate dilemma of what follows on after you've settled for the political kingdom. Our great dilemma is that, in fact, South Africa doesn't just suffer from political confidence, it suffers from many other issues. And I do think those are important to touch on because they will give us a sense as to where the government of national unity will end up. And to share at a personal level, I do actually want the government of national unity to succeed. But when confronted with the question, why not in it, we had to say to ourselves, how do we produce a constructive opposition voice that holds what now represent 70% of the people in parliament who are now part of the government of national unity? How do we face up to the challenge of energy, of debt, of logistics, safety of citizens, and the education of citizens, to begin to say, how do we constructively give inputs to the government, hold the government to account, but also be able to build a future upon which South Africa can achieve not only a government of national unity, but a unity of purpose among citizens. Having said that, I do think it's worth noting a few big challenges that we are faced up to. The first is that I think we are facing a social dilemma. South Africa is still, as President Mbeki lamented, many South Africas. There's a South Africa that is black, there's a South Africa that is white. There's a South Africa that is rich and there's a South Africa that is poor. And in some ways, when people correctly say there's a market sentiment that is positive towards the GNU, I often want to reflect back and say, the market demanded a coalition between the ANC and the DA. How can it not produce a sentiment that is positive post facto? It has to see matters like currency improve, the stability of the rand, and those things are important for economic growth, don't get me wrong, but I do think that they come from a position of an economic LSM that is high. When you reflect on the same question among citizens who are poor, 55% of South Africans are living below the upper poverty line. And amongst academics and an institution and an elast in a conference such as this one, numbers in fact do matter. The food poverty line is 796 rand for citizens who are food insecure. The lower bound poverty line is 1,109, which aggregates itself to somewhere around about 35 rand per day. When I asked the statistician general, what does it take for a South African to survive in South Africa? They said it's 60 rand a day. The upper bound poverty line is 1,634. So appreciate that for citizens who are living in that space, let me take the lower bound poverty line, that resembles close to about 18 million South Africans. For them, the perspective about the government of national unity is that things can feel more of the same. And so we have to confront the question that sits, that once we've resolved the political questions, how do we deal with this issue of a growing poverty and a multiplicity of South Africa and an honest feeling among citizens that says, for us, life has remained relatively the same. Yesterday I spent time in Orange Farm. I was in Nana's farm on one line, and opposite it is Lenasia. And it is always the classic picture of South Africa, where those who have too much have a lot, and too many have too little. So perhaps the question that frames the government of national unity is, how do you find a different conversation between the rich and the poor? For if we fail to create a unity of purpose around those two classes of citizens, I can promise you that there is coming a day in this country, regardless of the configuration of the government, where the poor will in fact eat the rich. The second is, I think we've got to figure out what values we want to produce as a society. I was saying to the prof earlier, those things aren't solved politically when citizens don't create a shared identity about what it means to be a South African. And part of the crisis we face is, how do we help citizens figure out the best ways to say, it is not like us to rob people inside the church. It is not like us to become comfortable with young people demanding extortion fees. It is not like us to be tolerant of mediocrity in public service. That will require a unity of purpose in leadership that says, how do we guide citizens towards common values? And ultimately, as we reflect on Heritage Day, I make the point which is central to the academic conversation here today, is that you can solve for the politics. Let's figure out the way, rather not to look east or west, but to answer the question, what does it mean to build an African resilient society in the continent? In academic circles, they talk about decolonization, etc. But I raise the question as to, how do we Africanize how we govern? You know, I use one example, and Prof, if you've given me the latitude. We've seen a recent scourge of medical legal claims. The dilemma with medical legal claims is that, of course, a bunch of hyenas have figured out a vulnerable healthcare system and enhanced claims within that space. But I would argue to say it's a fairly American way of approaching issues, that our first port of call is to litigate rather than to find a form of arbitration that settles the issue. We have become ultra litigants as South Africans, which I would dare say is foreign. Churches can't agree who their leaders are, they go to court. Political parties can't agree who their leaders are, they go to court. Parliament can't settle basic issues, it goes to court. And so when you go to the Johannesburg or the Gauteng North High Court and you are looking to prosecute on a matter, they will tell you that you'll have to wait 4 years for the voters, for your next available court date. So in all reality is that we can solve for the politics. We have to solve more deliberately for what we mean by a social compact that brings a conversation between rich and poor, but also does not bastardize terms like what does it mean to be Pan-African or progressive as far as Black Caucus is concerned. I think we've still got a legacy of a state that is relatively weak, that has been crippled by corruption, and therefore, whatever the GNU does, that task will not be solved by simply solving the politics. We've got to build capability in the state. And so I do say, I think there's a Mandela-like role that President Ramaphosa can play that seeks to unite all the role players. I don't think he'll enjoy me saying this, but I think there's a de Klerk-like role that Steenhuisen and Zille can play. But what we are missing is perhaps maybe an Mbeki-like role that answers how do we build capability in the state going forward. I think policy will pass. The Bella Bill is an example. NHI is an example. But I think there's a job. And if I wrap this up, I'll say the following things. The project that confronts us as South Africa today, having solved in some ways the sense of the politics, is one, I think we need an economically sustainable plan. The National Development Plan is already off its many targets. Whether the indicator is on unemployment or any other thing, the targets are not there. Mine, as the chair of the Appropriations Committee and someone who holds accountability from Parliament, a very serious thing, because I think if the 6th administration was about state capture, may the 7th administration be about accountability. I would dare say that I don't see the alignment of NDP plans aligned with departmental's annual performance plans, which means that it is unlikely that in the next 6 years we are going to see an accomplishment of the National Development Plan objectives as laid out. So we do need to think about what does it mean to build an economically sustainable South Africa. I will go back to Parliament and the budget review processes will begin, but in truth, I'm not anticipating any review or any change. I'm looking at them at the lens of perhaps in this first year, what the ANC sought to achieve, what has it achieved, and can we assess it against that? But for those of you who are in the education sector, the news is as follows, that we've got a growth trajectory of the last 10 years of 1%, we've got a budget deficit that is increasing, and a debt crisis that South Africa has been crippled on. So the solutions to South Africans' problems aren't going to simply say, let's just rejig the budget, give more money to different things. There simply isn't more money to give to different things. So when we borrow, as I speak to the Minister of Finance, I tell him, let's borrow for infrastructure growth. And so the fundamentals are, for the GNU, there has to be a strong focus on how do we build infrastructure in townships so that our economy stops reflecting asset inequality and income inequality across different types of society. The second, I would dare say, is that the building of the capable state, and I think the General and I could agree on this issue. That you cannot federate government on the basis of which parties are in there. Could you imagine if the DA arrived in the GNU and said, here are our DGs, and the UDM did likewise, anyone else did likewise? You can't federate cabinet. Which means the capability of director generals needs to, if we do anything, put on steroids the project that professionalizes the state. We are reeling from decades of eroding of state capacity and institution. We have to rebuild it, because that will safeguard it against any political headwinds, and I dare say some will come. Some will happen. It's natural. But when they do happen, let's safeguard the state. The third is we have to deal with the financing question. And this is where I am personally engaged, because people talk about structural reforms, etc. I say the number one spending item on any budget for any minister is how do you service your debt? Now, economists in the room will tell you that the proportion of debt to GDP can be a subject we can debate for long, whether what levels are acceptable or not. But the only marker we look at is your ability to service debt. In simple terms, any household has the capability of taking out a bond that is higher than its monthly income. But in all reality, when you have an ability to service that debt, you are able to survive. Now, the South African government, relative to low GDP growth, increasing debt levels, is starting to put stress on that subject of our ability to finance our own debt. So we are going to have to think hard about where we reform the fiscal framework so that we begin to raise not only an increase in how much income we make as a country, but where we finance for projects that will deliver growth. And then the third is how do we strengthen parliament, and political accountability. We desperately need that centrist voice to continue to emerge. The contest in parliament cannot be GNU versus only progressive caucuses. It's been framed between the EFF and MK. We're going to have to debate hard about how that centrist voice, or that democratic centrist voice that safeguards institutions, is built and growing. Because I think we forget how well served South Africa has been by both the constitution and the opposition. I would dare say, and maybe someone will challenge that, we maybe would not have a state capture commission had it not been for the work of the opposition. I dare say it was in marches where we had together multiple parties working to hold the state to account. We can't lose that now in a GNU euphoria and lose accountability. Cannot lose it now. And therefore, I continue to make the call for a national dialogue, not as a talk shop, but as an opportunity for us to frame our shared tomorrow, so that we don't just end up with a government of national unity, but indeed we achieve a sense of national unity. Because when all sectors of society are animated by a cause, by a vision that says indeed it is possible for us to create equal, at least a sense of which we can begin to see a decline in unemployment, an increase in income among citizens, a building of the middle class, a capable state, we can then be able to then say the project that is the GNU has made success. In the first 100 days, it's still too early to tell. It's going to be a long journey ahead. But I tell you what, fixing what has taken the last 10 years may not be achieved in the first 100 days, but I hope that in the next 5 years of this administration, we can begin to see shoots of reform. For if we fail to do this, the greatest danger we face, all of us as citizens, is when citizens lose confidence in the political and democratic process, and then you'll see a declining level of voter participation in a way like you've never seen before. And human beings by nature are always demanders of change. They will ask for it, and if it's not at the ballot box, they will find it in some ways. I am forever hopeful. I am forever positive about this country, but I'm also realistic about saying the hard work must begin. And as the statistician general taught me, she said in Tsonga, you end up by just saying, "Nze hela kwala." Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chairperson of the Appropriations Committee. Really well said, well explained. But colleagues will be reminded that throughout the world, just throughout the world, even the poorest of countries, the first 100 days of a government signals its 5 years. What is the signal we are receiving? We can't ask these questions like we don't have members of the GNU present. I have a pleasure of inviting the leader of the United Democratic Movement and a member of the GNU as a Deputy Minister for Defense and Military Veterans. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Honorable Deputy Minister Bantu Holomisa. Msegas.
Prof, how are you? We have long been in this journey together of speaking. About that to my man, Bantwana bayafika, so. Our program director, I former leader, hopefully still a leader, Honorable Maimane, ladies and gentlemen, Thank you for giving us this opportunity to come and share some thoughts with you this morning. I extend my deepest gratitude for the opportunity to address you at this, the 23rd Annual Conference. It is indeed a privilege to engage in this vital discussion on governance and democracy at such a critical juncture in our country's history. The 2024 national and provincial election sent a resounding message from the voters of South Africa. The message was clear. The people no longer desire a one-party state. Rather, they are calling for a multi-party democratic government that will protect their material rights and ensure that meaningful change is brought to every sphere of governance. The electorate's voice reflects a hunger for a system of government that prioritizes accountability, inclusivity, and sustainable development. The strength of the GNU lies in the ability of its various political parties to retain their individual mandates while contributing to the collective goals of the government. The real risk to the GNU is not in diversity, but in the potential depoliticization or weakening of each party's unique vision. Instead of diminishing these differences, we must recognize that they are essential for fostering diverse perspectives that can enrich and strengthen the government process. Each party's distinct contribution is vital, and this diversity should be embraced and leveraged to drive meaningful progress. The responsibility now falls upon the leaders of all political movements to accurately interpret the spirit of this moment in history and advance the interests of their respective constituents. At the United Democratic Movement, we have long emphasized the political maturity and tolerance as indispensable virtues, and we see this transition period as an opportunity to uphold those values. This is not a time for division or panic due to the array of political ideologies represented in the GNU. Instead, it is a moment for us to embrace unity and tolerance as the bedrock of our nation's progress. Sorry, the presence of many political parties in the GNU, each with differing ideologies, should not be viewed as a threat, but rather as an opportunity. It offers us a unique chance to foster unity and tolerance within our political framework, recognizing that it is only through collective effort and cooperation that we can achieve true progress for the nation. A diversity of cooperation that we can achieve through progress for the nation. Rather, a diversity of perspectives is not a weakness but a strength, and it will be through our ability to find common ground that will secure the future of South Africa. Every leader, whether within or outside the GNU, has the privilege and the responsibility to raise the concerns of their constituents freely and without limitation. This collaborative environment calls for urgent reforms, reforms that address the deeply entrenched imbalances of the past, the legacy of inequality and exclusion can no longer be ignored or postponed. We must confront these imbalances head-on if we are to build a just and equitable society. In this context, it is vital that we establish a professional and capable civil service. The use of external service providers who often lack a deep understanding of the specific needs and complexities of government departments must be curtailed. Instead, we should focus on developing a qualified, well-trained workforce within the civil service, which will always be ready to serve any government, rather than be seen to be aligned to a particular government. A comprehensive skills audit is necessary to identify gaps in capability and to ensure that training is provided to build a workforce that is not only competent but also committed to the core values of public service. This will enhance the government's capacity to deliver services efficiently and effectively without unnecessary reliance on outsourcing. I take great pride in how the GNU has structured its work relationships. We are not only engaging in healthy political debate, but we are also showing the country that effective governance can be achieved when political leaders put nations' interests above their own. In particular, I'm pleased with the constructive and cooperative relationship I have had or I'm having with Minister Angie Motshekga. Her political maturity, integrity, and inclusive approach have created a working environment where no individual seeks to dominate, but instead we collaborate as equals for the greater good. This cooperative spirit extends to our staff, and together we are well on our way to fulfilling many of these core principles outlined in both the UDM manifesto and the GNU's shared vision. You know, I was a deputy minister of Mr. David de Villiers in the first GNU period. And I told him straight away from day one that I'm representing the ANC. You represent the National Party. There's no document which will pass my office straight to you and without me knowing. We have adopted the same principle in the current setup with Minister Angie. She said, Bantu, I want us to run this department together. So if you're a DG thinking that you are going to sign something, especially if it needs financial approval, it has to pass through other deputies. So I'm happy with that kind of work because I'm not there to decorate the office. Your servants are. A government of national unity, while offering significant advantages, is not without its challenges. I'm trying to address now the advantages and challenges of the GNU. It promotes political stability by preventing gridlock and ensuring that all voices are heard in decision-making. By including representatives from multi-political factions, we ensure that governance reflects the diverse interests of our society, making policies more balanced and less partisan. Negotiation and compromise become the driving forces of policy creation. Fortunately for us, we agreed that we are going to be guided by National Development Plan. So we are developing our policies along those lines, and also to monitor as to whether the departments are in line with that plan, because that plan was more or less approved by the entire political society in this country. This fosters long-term solution to complex issues, reducing the risk of polarizing one-sided policies that often fail to address the root cause of one's nation's problem. Furthermore, the diversity of voices in the GNU helps to create a built-in system of checks and balances, preventing any one party from monopolizing power and abusing authority. However, we must also acknowledge the potential pitfalls. The necessity for compromise can sometimes lead to diluted policies, and in some instances, policy paralysis. When conflicting ideologies clash, it may be difficult to find common ground, resulting in inefficiency or slower decision-making. Additionally, the diffusion of responsibility across multi-party parties can obscure accountability, as each party may shift blame to another in the face of governance failures. Despite the challenges, the GNU represents an opportunity for South Africa to advance towards a more inclusive, transparent, and accountable system of governance. Its success depends not only on the structures we put in place, but also on the political maturity of the parties involved. The new chapter in our democracy offers the chance to prioritize national interest over narrow party agendas and to deliver the meaningful change that South Africans are demanding. In closing, I reaffirm my commitment to working with all political parties and leaders in the GNU to ensure that the hopes and aspirations of our people are fulfilled. Together we can create a future where unity, equality, and justice are not just ideas but lived realities. I'm monitoring the respect between the DA and the presidents about the new legislations, EBELA and the other one, NHI. And I think President Ramaphosa is patient enough to allow the people of South Africa, those who have got different ideas. Bear in mind that this legislation, these two pieces of legislation, passed through Parliament. They were approved by Parliament. But people are still saying, no, we are not happy. And the GNU felt that give them another opportunity so that you don't end up going to court wasting money for, whereas we could have compromised. I like that approach, as to say, where we don't agree, let's give you an opportunity so that you can present your case. In this case, it is of public interest that the people of South Africa must express their views. But it's a legislation. It was approved by a parliament which was elected by you. But if people are feeling that it is not good or the government has not come up with adequate answers, let's look into it. Thank you very much, sir. Of course.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much, Honorable Onomisa, for outlining for us what you see. A lot of it is really about the opportunity that the GNU presents. Very similar to the issues raised by Musi, Honorable Musi, in relation to key priorities that seems the country knows. Everybody kind of agrees we need to overcome poverty, we need to unite the country a little bit and stuff. I guess people will over time be impatient about going beyond saying we agree to saying what are we doing practically on a month-to-month basis to really realize this potential. Because they will not be able to be satisfied with the potential, for they cannot eat it, they cannot consume it, they cannot use it. Thank you very much. Now we have an opportunity to have someone to reflect on all of this. Of course, if you really want to have wise counsel, it must come from the north of the country. So from the University of Limpopo, the great University of Limpopo, we have Datemeji Mahoba. He said I must call him Date, not Professor. He realizes others are called honorable here. Professor is now a small word and doctor is a small word. Datemeji, here you are.
Realocha. Good morning. Thank you very much, Program Director, for the opportunity. And I must say that I was ambushed. Just to come and reflect on the discussion for today. I think crucially what the two speakers have raised is that we both agree on two fundamental issues. Firstly is that South Africa is an unequal society. And secondly, we have decapacitated state that is unable to respond to the fundamentals of the crisis that is affecting the citizens of this country. But the fundamental issue is that maybe we might differ in approaches and solutions towards those issues as they are presented by the GNU. Because from our side, the GNU represents the end of politics in South Africa. I want to emphasize the GNU represents the end of politics. And this is my submission. The discussion that undergate the conversation we have today, which we have inequality, and they've given you the statistics of why we have inequality, they are not going to form part of the GNU. These are conversations that will be going in the background because now we're going to be continuing with the neoliberal alliance between the DA and the ANC that has actually deepened inequalities, those of today, and recreating, they've deepened past inequalities and deepening those of today. So, which means that whatever conversation we are having about the GNU, which I also call the marriage of convenience, it's not going to be dealing with politics. Fundamentally because the government since 1994 has been operating with politics of distribution. Politics of distribution operates in this way. You will have the state having different sort of resources, and the conversation is all about how do we distribute those resources to achieve our aims and objectives. But the process of distribution can never resolve inequality or poverty, because poverty and inequality are not directly the outcomes of maldistribution. inequality and poverty are outcomes of the work and mechanisms of cultural and political institutions. And the fundamental is that, and which is something that is very absent in the discussion, South Africa is a racial capitalist state. And that conversation in the GNU, it's very absent. How is it absent? Because the politics has ended. It has ended because the fundamental superstructure that informs the mechanism of the state does not form part of the conversation, which means that everything that is going to be happening in the GNU is going to be serving capitalism. And being the servant of capitalism in South Africa is simple. It's a simple thing. Corporations in the form of the mining sector, agriculture sector, are going to maintain their hegemonic positions in terms of directing what happens in the state. And they'll also have a say in what sort of the policy that the state is taking. And another fundamental issue is that the concept of a political party itself, especially in South Africa, is a direct outcome of this capitalism I'm talking about. How am I saying so? If you check, majority of these political parties, when they sell their manifestos to different people in society, they go to capital to ask for money. And capital gives them money. And capital is not stupid. They would want something in return, because we're operating what I call the gift culture, in which when I give you a gift, I do not have to remind you that tomorrow you have to scratch my back. In a capitalist system, that relationship is well established, and this is what we are going to see. And there's another important issue that has been raised here, which speaks to the issue of political accountability. And I think it's a very important, but it's also a seductive concept, because there's an assumption that if the multiplicity of political parties in one space will ensure that the state functions well and they will be able they'll hold each other accountable. I think it's problematic in a sense that, firstly, the ANC and the DA both are liberal parties, and by extension operate with market-based policies, which means ideologically you will not expect the DA and the ANC to disagree on fundamental policy issues, because they both go to the right. And we also have another dimension that is also quite absent in the GNU discussions, which is that of legal corruption. South Africa is more concerned about legal corruption, which we talk about legal deviance with state laws, in which you have a politician in government stealing money, and they are able to show that so and so stole money and they disappeared with the money, and we are able to show evidence. That's legal corruption, which speaks to legal deviance. But there's another aspect of corruption that we have in South Africa, and that aspect is the mismatch between democracy and neoliberalism. Since 1994, democracy has been used to create a cycle of inequality in which the powerful have been able to use democratic processes to perpetuate inequality. But that conversation in the GNU, it's not there, because the superstructure has been completely omitted. And on the other side, you have neoliberalism, which is pushing democracy towards capital. And that is the corruption that is affecting South Africa, that we don't see neoliberalism as an extension of Western civilization. We see it as a good form of government, which is going to make sure that all political parties are represented and everybody else has a voice. But the issue is, when you put democracy next to its cousin neoliberalism, the fundamental issues of decision-making then become affected. And you can see with many policies that the state has tried to take. For instance, you can look at with the mining sector, the mining charter in 2018, the government says this is the direction we want to take, but the markets react. And now the government has to go back and say, maybe the direction that we are taking, it's not the decision that we should be taking, because the markets have reacted badly, which means that anything that goes against the logic of the markets, even though it's going to serve the people, will not be accepted because first we need to please capital, which makes up the market. And if capital says no, then which means the policies that can fundamentally resolve inequality and poverty will not be accepted, especially if they don't go by the logic of the markets. And that speaks to the issues of coalitions. Is this GNU coalitions or a marriage of convenience? The other fundamental issue is that, is South Africa ready to have multiple political parties sitting on a table having one discussion about the future of the country? The answer is fundamentally no, because the South Africa that we have today, if you check, let me take you back to 1910, in which the British and the Dutch made a decision that we're going to form the Union of South Africa. And the ANC came and opposed this union because they wanted to be politically incorporated into the concept of South African Western racial polity. And that conversation of what is a common South African identity has not been resolved. We are still operating as a South Africa as a post-racial society, or a post-racial society, or a rainbow nation. But the fundamental political issues that set us apart have not been resolved. And that takes me back to the 70s, where Biko says the integration they talk about is a myth, because you have people who are diametrically different from this side, the other one this side, and you are putting them together hoping that they will find a common solution. It's not going to be possible. And with that concept of integration, when political parties that have different ideological underpinnings, it's quite impossible that they will find solutions that are common to many South Africans, because the experiences of black people and white people in South Africa are quite different. It more like, as Mbeki said, this is a two-nation state. You have South Africa that is poor, and you have South Africa that is black, and the poor is made of black people, Indian coloreds, and Africans. And the rich country, which is another white South Africa, is predominantly made of white males and other forms of females that have also managed to join the white supremacist capital. So fundamentally, what I'm trying to emphasize or say today in response to the conversation we're having is that the GNU has simply ended politics that can resolve inequality in South Africa, because the fundamental conversations that we need to be having about the structure of our institutions and their capacity to respond to the crisis that is affecting our citizens will completely be absent from the national discourse. The issue now is going to be, how do we best redistribute our resources? And redistribution could never and will never resolve inequality, because it is capitalism that determines what is distributed, not the resources themselves. I'm going to leave it here for now.
Rialebuga. He is a descendant of the Mampoku, of a people, the Tlo people under Mampoku Makhoba, who will engage the Boers in 1895 over the annexation of what became Makhuba's Kloof. And that is why he speaks in this way. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. He's raised for us a number of things. Of course, represents the younger generation. Be okay that he gives a perspective that might be a little different from what we who are older might be compatible with. A democracy that does not produce the goods, that the collective does not actually mean that there will be more accountability, that poverty is not the inspiration of this arrangement, that in his view it's a coalition of convenience. Yeah, no, that is not. There's a lot that has been raised there. I sit here, Bahulu, thinking, What would happen if we were to measure performance on housing, on water, on energy, or any of those things in the 3 months before elections, which is a quarter, and compare it with the performance on all of those indicators in the 3 months after the formation of the GNU, to see whether the trajectory is upward, whether it stays the same, whether it's regressing. I wonder, you who do empirical research, you could easily measure for us all of those kinds of things. We open the floor now for question and answers. It will come from you. I'm going to ask you to raise a hand, and I'm going to move from the left to the right. It's not to say things have moved that way. Ideologically, simply just for convenience, I let you move from the left. Easier for me to the right. And you're going to introduce yourself. I'm going to ask you that you make your question very brief. And if it has a comment, both of them very brief. And please speak loudly. And because you are recording and it's been covered live also by social media, I would request that you stand up when I point at you. But before I go to that, I did see the signal from the Deputy Minister that there was something he needed to just add before we proceed. Deputy Minister, you can speak from there. I think your mic is working.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yes.
I fully agree with the analysis which has just been presented. But we must not forget about the history of this country. The erstwhile oppressors of us, the Afrikaners, when they took over power from the English people, they didn't mince their words in using state resources to empower their people. But here at home, there's a slight difference in that the conflict between black and white, militarily speaking, there was no winner. And we had to go to a round table discussion in order to come up with the current constitution. So there, that give and take led us to where we are. But what I noticed is that the implementation and development of new legislation in order to address the backlogs and imbalances of the past are there, but they are not implemented. To make things worse, you will find that the powers that be have concentrated on consuming instead of looking for an ingredient to bake the cake so that you can feed the rest of the nation. So that's the challenge which is facing us. In the last 30 years, we will be asked, what have we done to empower our people? But every day you hear, I don't have access to capital. I've got qualifications, and so on and so on. So these are the challenges which are facing the new government. This budget is a committed budget. It was announced in February, long before the GNU. And I hope that in the midterm financial planning, as well as the announcement of the budget next year, the priorities are going to slightly change to reflect and address the priorities which were identified by the GNU, that of empowering people of South Africa economically across the board, and so on and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I'm starting to point the hand. I start with you, sir. Where's my roving mic? Oh, it's here. I start with you, and I come to you and all that. Please, let's make it quick so that we get as many people as possible. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, honorable members, for the good presentation and chairperson of the session. My name is Pashadi Lakan. I'm a student at the University of Limpopo and a researcher at Limpopo Legislature. My question is directed to both presentations made by the honorable members. The future and the relevancy of politics in South African development. The IEC in 2024 has registered more than 50 political parties. Are these political parties relevant to the democracy and the development of this country? Or leaders of opposition parties are registering these political parties for their own entitlement? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hope you heard the question.
Yes. How
Done.
many do you want, just as a process thing? How
No,
many?
we'll take a few. Huh?
We'll take a few and then go, okay.
Check quite a number. Yes, sir. So
Thank
that
you.
we have an opportunity to reflect.
Thank you, Professor Zondi. My
It's an
name
honor.
is,
It's an honor. Please do thank me. I'm a program director
yes,
for this one moment. I'm serious about dictatorship. Yeah.
yes. My name is Ndutuzo Langa, a student at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and a researcher at Krutham.
Yes.
My question is directed to Mr. Maimane, who spoke about forging a common identity as South Africans. I think one of the hindrances towards that is the fact that there's a divergence of interest between particularly the rich and the poor, which is defined or which are defined along racial lines. Now, my question is, how do we forge a common identity and interest between the poor and the rich? Is creating conditions conducive for economic growth and ensuring that people are employed enough? Or do we need to go beyond that and ensure that there's change in the ownership patterns of the economy? Thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated. And I move to the back. Yes.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Zwelithini Mukwena from Tshwane University of Technology. And Tate Makhoba, I fully agree with you. Its politics are dying. And because of this thing of GNU, I never thought that I will see General Holomisa speaking good about the current government.
Please wrap up. Please wrap
Yeah,
up.
and General Holomisa, the statement of intent on section 19, it speaks of sufficient consensus. The parties to GNU representing 60% of seats in the National Assembly should agree. You're very much aware that ANC and smaller parties don't make 60%. And for any legislation or executive decision to be taken, ANC can't take those particular decisions without DA. You are not equal partners. You see, what you are observing between Minister Gurebu of Basic Education and the President, the insubordination on Bella Bill, it has just started. It will continue until the end of this particular GNU. There's nothing that we're going to do.
Thank you.
And this is what, will you agree with lastly, will you agree with Helen Zille when she says that this is a grand coalition? It's between the two of them, not smaller parties.
Thank you.
These things of competing with egos and powers, we'll see them until the next national elections.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That's University of Limpopo again. You see, it's very, very sharp. If you're looking for a job, go to University of Limpopo. There is a hand. Then after that, I move to the inner aisle.
Thank you, Prof. Willie Chinyamurindi from the University of Fort Hare.
Not Limpopo. Okay.
I want to ask the General a question about the province where he's from, particularly on the happenings, the dynamics and the nexus between the state, business, and society.
Sure.
The Premier and the King have smoked a peace pipe together. But what does it mean for the many people who have suffered from extortion that has literally destroyed businesses in the province? Is it not enough that there should be more noise being made to say when allegations are made of politicians, and Dr. Ndou calls them political elites who are doing things,
Yes.
and all of a sudden they no longer want to account?
Yes.
Where is the role of the voice to say this is not right, not under our watch? Thank you.
You mean what the DM used to call amasela? Okay, thank you. Yeah, so do we come here? There's a guy with a board that looks like John Mulepo's head. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yes, oh, yeah,
Yes, thank you,
Yes, yeah.
Prof.
Thank you.
Couple of years ago, we sat in a forum
Yeah.
such as this. I think this was the 13th annual conference of SAAPAM. And the topic that we were entertaining then was imagining the future of governance.
Yes.
And I doubt that the GNU is what we had anticipated to have. So having said that, Chairperson, my question is to say, perhaps before I even get to that, the electorate has spoken, resulting in the GNU, as you know. But what I want to ask is, what does this then mean for the future of government? Are we going to witness the re-emergence of the fallen ANC, the rising of BOSA or UDM? And very interestingly, what does it then mean for local government elections?
Thank
you very much.
Thank you. Can we move the mic further? I have the hand here. Oh, sorry. Let's start with the one who's a veteran like me, gray-haired. Yeah, ageism is important. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, Prof.
Yes. My equal.
There's something I want to say.
Yes.
In fact, I won't pose any question, but it's a comment. Blacks are in a morass. By so saying, we will never achieve a real freedom in our own country. Because the same people, our own blacks, they are sitting on us.
Yes.
When the ANC came from exile,
Yes.
they had a freedom charter.
Yes.
We spoke to the real freedom of a black man.
Yes.
But once they got in, they said in negotiation with the apartheid regime.
Yes.
Then the freedom we got at the end of the day is a fake one. You cannot tell me that if we negotiate about something of which we are not supposed to negotiate about, I can expect you to deliver accordingly. Then there's the worst part of it.
Yes.
Many political parties.
Yes.
These political parties, according to my view, were deliberately made in order to ensure that we blacks, we can fight over politics or can be at odds over politics. At the same time,
Yes.
the oppressor
Yes.
keep on
Yes.
continuing with its malified acts.
Thank you
But
for
the
the
worst
comment.
part, the only part I want to emphasize,
Thank you for the
the
comment,
ANC and the IFP,
Yes.
together with the small parties, they are oppressing us because
Thank
there's
you.
no competition in the government.
Thank you for the comment, sir. Thank you for the comment. And I take the one next. We welcome comments. We're breathing. We need to breathe. It's after the GNU just been born. Please. Yeah, there was one in front of the gentleman. Yes. Yes. Give them the mic, please.
I acknowledge the recognition, Professor Zondi.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I'm a student and a researcher based at TUT.
Oh, yeah. TUT.
My name is Ngaka Tsakhai. I just wanted to focus my attention to the members of parliament. In your closing remark, General Bounty Wolumisa, you mentioned the fact that in terms of the Bela Act, you, in consultation with the president, agreed to give those who are opposed to Bela Act, the implementation thereof, should be given a chance in order to avoid the case to be rendered to the courts and which is ultimately going to be causing a delay. But I would want to say it is exactly what the masses of this country are frustrated and disheartened about, that we have given you the powers to go and represent us, and as you are supposed to be the initiator of change, because people are highly frustrated. So we really need to see action. It is because of that fact, Professor, that we have the huge sway of people going into the MK. And that is an indicative enough that people are highly frustrated. So we really need to see change. And these are the tactics of the imperialists to delay change.
We've got your point, sir. We've got your point. I have 3 minutes to distribute to so many people. But we can't do without the sisters speaking. Can you give this sister? And thereafter I move to that gone up. Can we have a mic at the back while I take my sister here? Yes.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Yeah,
my
welcome.
name is
Thank you.
Lulu.
Finally, we hear a change of voice. Yes, yeah.
My name is Lulu Sizani,
Welcome.
and my question goes to the honorable members.
Yes. All of them are
Before the GNU, there was a discussion around the issue of reducing government departments so that we can cut spending. And General was very vocal about this before the GNU. So I would want to hear if there are any discussions around that. Thank you.
Very good. No, I'm going to take just for now that side. I'm taking the one that there. And then, yes, you have the mic. Continue. Then
Thanks.
I'll take the lead and I'll take one.
Thanks, Prof. My name is Ayanda Jam. I'm from the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. My question is to you, Prof, who is a panelist. Now, is it, given what you have said, presented here, is it possible that we have a capable, ethical state in a capitalist state, given that capital is in itself inherently corrupt? Do I ask this because...
That's a question. It's a very clear question.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
That's a very clear question. I need to give this young person,
Thank you.
use this opportunity I've given you.
Yes.
Yes.
My name is Emmanuel Mokhofe.
Oh, yes.
I'm from one of a strategic department in Limpopo, which ended Section 100 constitutional intervention called Limpopo Treasury.
Yes.
My question is directed to Prof. I need to check. He spoke of the ideological issues, the neoliberalism, and the GNU, which end of politics.
Yes.
Now, I need to check the policies that we have in South Africa that were developed over time from RDP, GER, ASKISA, New Growth Path, all of them. In addition to your broad-based black economic empowerment, your PPF, all of them that are meant to eradicate or to reduce inequalities.
Yes.
You said DA and ANC, because they are both neoliberal and neoliberal parties.
Yes.
Fundamentally in parliament, they won't differ fundamentally in terms of policies. But do you think we are going to witness a reversal in the existing policies that we have? Forget about politics. The policies that are meant to end inequalities.
Thank you. Pass your mask forward. Thank you. It's a breathing exercise. It's national dialogue. It's happening. Yes.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sello Mampane, TUT.
Yes.
2 questions.
Yes.
The first one to the honorable
There's
members
only one.
is,
Yes. Sorry. Yeah.
is the model of the GNU sustainable?
Oh.
My question is informed by the fact that the complexities in terms of provincial and local government realities. The partners that are serving at national level are not necessarily the same partners that you find at both provinces and local government. The second and last question.
Oh yeah, no.
Whilst I commend you-
No, thank you. Please pass your mic to your left, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, I'm very democratic. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes.
My name is Mandi Simtingane.
Please proceed. Stand up.
Okay, thank you. My question is directed to my
sorry,
man.
No, it's here. Sorry. I apologize. The one with the red thing, we fear those ones a lot, yeah.
No, thanks, Prof. My name is
Continue,
Masibane.
honorable member.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Masibane Molokwane from Wits.
Yes.
My question is directed to General Bantu Holomisa.
Yes.
General, in your view, while appreciating the energy that you've got and you've demonstrated in the GNU, what is it that will be the make it or break it for the GNU?
Yeah. Thank you. Now I'm taking 2 women only, and that's why I'm closing, and because it's been that gender. Can I get you? That's fine. That's why we ended. I only have 1 round. And that was it, yeah. I'll take this and all. Yes, madam.
Good morning, Prof. And
Let's hear your question.
my question is directed mainly
Please listen. The honorable member, please quiet. You shouldn't behave like those ones in Cape Town, please. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, my question is directed. My name is Gladys
they're not here.
Gladys Mapetu from Limpopo, Office of the Premier. My question is directed at Honorable Maimani. You honestly acknowledged that the NDP is far from being achieved in terms of the objectives. Sitting where I am right now with the 6 years that is remaining, it's highly impossible that it will be achieved. So my question is, what advice are you giving to the GNU in the next 6 years and beyond 2030? Straight to the point. Thank you.
You see, she's already predicting it will go beyond the 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Zondi.
Yes, you better thank me.
I'm Fundiswa Khaile from University of the Western Cape.
Yes.
My question is directed to the General. When the democratic government took over power in 1994, they inherited a bankrupt government.
Sure.
And in the first 15 years, it managed to reduce or settle the debt.
Yes.
But since 2008, we have been borrowing in an alarming rate. And now my generation will be handing over a bankrupt government to our children and children's children.
Sure.
So my question is, General, is there a discussion in the GNU to settle this debt? Because 60% of the budget is
Thank you very much.
is servicing debt. Thank you.
What is being done? Yeah. I like questions that talk about what is actually being done, not the general principles. Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Cindy Mashapa. I
You
work
are-
for
you
the
are the last
National
speaker, yes.
for the National Department of Social Development. I'm
Yes.
also attached to TUT.
Yes.
I'm thinking GNU is actually what we want, as opposed to what majority thinks, particularly Prof. Maho Meji, in his way. And I'm surprised. Yesterday, one speaker said, do politicians listen to the think tanks? And I look at this platform as people who are think tanks. However, I'm surprised with the level of pessimism among scholars. How then, if society says we are tired of what has been happening and we think we need to be working together, and then while scholars are thinking working together is not going to be possible. So I'm like, as much as we are discussing, let us be optimism and work harder in ensuring that what the community wants is what they get. Thank you.
You see the public servants are helping this GNU. They are saying, be positive, guys. Be positive. Look at the results later, but be positive first. Hope can build. And then I'm now going to open up back to, I know I've given you similar amount of time as I had given them to speak, so it's a bit fair. So it's not one-way conversation. I'm now handing back to the speakers. I'm not asking them to answer every question, but to respond to the broad debate, because it's a debate, it's not a question and answer. We're not putting them on a court pedestal. I'm going to start from my far right, it's very important, isn't it? And move to my left. And so I will start with, with the DM. Yes, DM?
All right, Chairperson.
Let me give a background why there is a GNU today. After the results were announced, there was a legitimate expectation on the part of South Africans that the parties which has got more numbers, they will form a coalition government. And indeed, the ANC, EFF, and MK party and DA did engage each other. But they deadlocked. Then the ANC's NEC said, let us go a route of the government of national unity. That's why there is a GNU today. If ANC and EFF or MKP party rather had agreed, maybe we wouldn't be talking about GNU, would say coalition government. But the challenges faced them, whether they are GNU or a coalition government, would still be in front of us, like the empowerment of South Africans. The question related to sufficient consensus. This is a term which is enshrined in that agreement, is to make sure that we work together. And we used the same terminology, if you remember, and a number of platforms where we want a sufficient consensus. Where we don't have a sufficient consensus, you come up with another arrangement. But Yona is there, it's in the statement, and we will use it when there is a need. But so far, we are still moving swiftly. As far as the issue of Bella and others, why the Cyril is not or the government of national unity, why is it not just make this law and go ahead? I think Cyril was clever enough to say, I give you only 3 months. After 3 months, if there is no sufficient consensus, we move on, as per Parliament, which approved that legislation. I don't think we are going to go back. Ongafuni, we are so we are not going to waste our time on that. Now, the future of the GNU, as now we cannot tell you whether it will be here in the next election. Let's leave that to the voters. We are not here by choice. It's the voters who brought us here, lab. The reduction of government departments. Yes, I wish, for instance, that we can have one super department for security in this country. That's a wish, but that's a mission impossible if you look at the structure we have. That would have saved a lot of money and also be in a position to have control on the state of intelligence, security situation of the country. So you can group these parties, reduce them up to these departments, up to at least 28 departments. We could have done so. We used to have them in the past. But so what would break GNU? GNU, I raised this in Lekgotla. I said the main enemy of the GNU would be for a minister to come and appoint or pull a DG from his or her own pocket and chase away the current DGs. That behavior must not be entertained. Instead, the Public Service Commission and the Office of the Presidency should be the responsible for appointing DGs. It's frustrating when you see a Director General who has not even done an induction course, parachuted straight to run a department, and you have career civil servants who have been going through the ladders. So we would need to talk about professionalization of the civil service. Civil service which will be strong, independent, qualified, trained, who would run the administration, whether there's GNU or no GNU. What would break it literally is a political party which says, I'm not taking this decision, I'm leaving. Then it can break, but so far there are no signs of that. 1994, the debt, yes, it was reduced, but again, it goes back to what I said. We became consumers instead of baking the cake in order to address the challenges facing the country. So in the GNU, it has been discussed briefly, but not in detail. And I'm sure in the economic cluster, they are discussing the issue of debt which is facing South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to go through a few questions and I respond to them. I'm going to start with a comment on freedom. And it speaks about the Freedom Charter being a radical document that was put under the mat. And I think if you check the South African Constitution, it's a product of the Freedom Charter. So the Freedom Charter is still in the Constitution. The issue is that that was the defeat to the radicals in the ANC who wanted a different vision of this country. So the Freedom Charter represents the post-1994 arrangement. So there's a question on, is there going to be a reversal of policies that deals with inequality? I think I need to deal with the philosophical foundation of the question first. South Africa has no policy that deals with inequality. I can give you a BEE, for instance. BEE was created by white capital. If you trace it, you can take it to Sanlam in the 70s. And then the ANC, through the BMF and the BBC in 1998, met in Stellenbosch to decide on the sort of empowerment and transformation policy that we have today. So it is going to be impossible for you to have a policy that responds to the disempowerment of people whereas capital is involved. So BEE is a white capital product. That's why it has come out the way it needs to come out. And I always tell people that BEE has not failed. It has actually achieved fundamentally what it was created for, which was to stop the ANC from interfering with the basic foundation of the economy, because if they had touched the economy, the Whites were going to be in trouble. And the other question was the tension in the Eastern Cape. I'm also from that side as well. The king and the premier having a small pie and the people suffering. And I think that's an important conversation that we need to have in South Africa, that there's a tension between traditional leadership and the constitutional democracy, in which one group is doing their own things and the other. And it's quite common in the mining sector, in which the mining community will say we don't need a mine, but the mining company goes to the chief with some money there. They give the chief the money and he agrees. And that is a conversation that as South Africans we need to continuously have. Prof, I'm going to leave it here.
Firstly, let me thank you for the engagement. I certainly, when the one question came from the great University of Witwatersrand, I was hoping it would come my way, but it didn't. But I want to celebrate that. That is the esteemed university of the land. No, let me not be, let me not be divisive. I'm now a UJ student, so I suppose that's. I think it's worth saying that if you landed in China and spoke to the Chinese about their prospects, they would immediately make a point about what does it mean for us to find solutions for our people in a Chinese way. And I can remember reading in the early 2000s when there were significant debates about the way the Chinese are managing their economy. They were very intentional about going, we're going to allow our currency to devaluate. You'll remember the massive debates that the international community was having to say, but the Chinese currency is not reflective of its actual value. You can have debates about what kind of labor practices the Chinese put on the table and what social interventions they put. But the Chinese were trying to respond to this question. We will soon have over 1 billion people that are Chinese. How do we make sure that they don't have high fatalities as a function of an economy that cannot respond to those people? And the Chinese took their decisions. My concern for Africa, and that's where I want to start, is because we seem beset on dealing with African problems but importing solutions from elsewhere that often cannot aggregate what goes on in this continent. And the net consequence of it is that you end up with solutions that are often impractical. And COVID is a prime example of this issue as to what happens. And I'm not suggesting, I accept the fact that we are connected. But I want to be clear that, and I'm not trying to be catchy and saying African problems, African solutions. That's not what I'm trying to do. All I'm merely trying to say is what are the features that when you land in this continent of Africa, you begin to realize that this is perhaps different to perhaps maybe a Western society or an Eastern society. And if you then live within that context, let me make just a few suggestions. 2040 is projecting that Africa will have over 1.2 billion people. That begs the question, are we going to derive a demographic dividend or not? Why that matters for us as South Africa, and maybe I won't touch on issues of immigration, etc., is because we have to answer this basic question. If we do not move 300 million Africans from poverty to the middle class, you will have death rates in this continent second to none. With that question in mind, what then are the practical solutions that South Africa needs to take on board and then respond equally so to what happens in the rest of the continent? And I want to say, if you frame the discussion that way, then there are a couple of things that I think we need to think hard about, which are, for our own economic growth and sustainability, how do we intra-trade within the continent? Because economies that are growing happen to, in some ways, be within the continent. And we can benefit from that as South Africa. The second is, why is the cost of capital in Africa more expensive than elsewhere? Because the pricing of risk within the continent seems to be higher because we're reliant on Moody's, etc. I was engaged with a number of Africans who were saying, why don't we create our own rating agency that sits within the continent that can respond to what is assets within the continent, so that when we borrow and we use capital, and I know I'm sitting next to the prof here, and we'll have a discussion about capitalism in general. But I'm trying to alert the fact that for our industries to go, we need to figure out a way of funding them, but not funding them to cripple them. So it's a crucial question. Someone asked me a question, what suggestions do I in fact have for the GNU? It's strange, you sit within this context. We cannot circumvent this question around how do we do asset equality. And I know many of you might be shocked at me being an advocate of saying the delay on land redistribution cannot be sustained. We have to come around to making sure citizens that are land deprived in the country of their birth are able to be asset owners. I've never seen people move from poverty to middle class without some form of asset that carries them through. And that question cannot be long delayed. And so maybe in some ways, this must be resolved well within the GNU, or we are going to end up with citizens who are asset hungry. We can debate the Bella Bill, but I do think we haven't done a fair assessment of our educational outcomes. in all reality, we still have separate development within education. Quintile 1, 2, and 3 students and learners are achieving outcomes that prepare them for unemployability. So, the nature of your income in this country is still a predetermined as to what kind of education you are going to get in the Republic. So if we are going to address issues in some ways of opportunity and inequality of opportunity, part of the ways we need to begin with is to say, how is it that we can produce an education system that ensures that all learners are able to compete at an equal level? And issues like pass marks, issues such as infrastructure, etc., within the education sector must be attended to. Because it cannot be, I saw it more pronounced during COVID. By virtue of income, fortunately I was unemployed during COVID, but by virtue of income, my children, when the schools were shut, were able to translate immediately online. My sister's own children, because they go to Quintile 1, 2, and 3 schools, were not able to transition online. And therefore, whether I like it or not, that generation of kids, same, my sister's kids and my sister's kids were left behind. So if you want to create the perpetuation of multiple South Africas, let's ignore the question of education. Whilst we might prioritize access, but we've also got to prioritize the issue of the quality thereof. So, Prof. Zondi, let me be more specific just in some of the things. Someone raised the question of the ending of politics. I don't want to be philosophical about the issue, but practical. And the practical reality is the current electoral framework that we have will never elect the kind of leaders we need. And therefore, I'm a strong proponent of the electoral amendment bill to say we need to figure out the ways where politicians are accountable to people rather than simply to political parties. I'm not convinced on provinces, and I see the Auditor General is here, so maybe, but I'm not convinced on that. But I do want to make the case to say some form of a constituency-based level brings politicians back to whatever the community they are designed to serve, so that we deal with some of the challenges that go. I think, for me, and I'm just taking some that were more specific towards me, and I think I've spoken broadly, the choices that we had to make, in some ways, as General puts it, we could have chosen the GNU, but in all fairness, electoral outcomes also say 60% of South Africans preferred some form of social democracy as pontificated by the ANC, the EFF, and MK. That could have been another formation. Maybe it may not be preferable, but I think we mustn't, for the future of this country, be hegemonic in our view that says, let the ANC govern forever. And I know that might be a worrisome question, but Prof, I do think the organizing question in our country is, as liberation movements begin to weaken in support, what replaces them? That's the question. For me, I'm more enamored by a question that animates this issue that says, post-GNU, 2029. The reality of it is that the ANC will still be with us. But how do we build that democratic centrist position? Because that's what voters have an appetite for. But how do we build its capability so that we can steer the fortunes of South Africa? Because for those who say, let's scrap the constitution and do this, those days I'm not sure I'm going to be a part of. But what I am certainly wanting to be a part of is to find and build vehicles that build that center so that we can hold the very issues that we hold. And then I think, as I close, I want to urge, as we think here today, people ask me, well, how do we professionalize the state, etc., etc. Let's begin with, maybe at a basic level, really asking a new generation of political leaders to emerge, because I think we are all engrossed in a generational mission, and I don't want to sound like Fanon in many ways, but I think I raise it because there was a generation that helped us transition in '94. There must be another generation that helps us transition 2024. And if it's the same players, we'll end up with similar outcomes. We need a new generation to take us forward.
My sound, when a detector loses the sound, that's very bad. Now I want to give my panelists a parting shot and starting where it ended. Now, Honorable Musimaiman, the arrangement is there. That we have is the GNU. It has a new configuration of opposition. I think we're still confused about how to opposition it now. Sometimes opposition is inside the GNU. And sometimes, like on the Bella bill, it comes inside it, outside it, all that. What in your view, under the circumstances, while we are working towards the other people, what would be the best way in which the opposition parties could seize the moment, in spite of differences among themselves?
The best service we could give to South Africa is on twofold. The first is, we may disagree on the Constitution, but the Constitution has saved us.
Yeah.
Saved us on term limits, it saved us on many things.
Sure.
So it may not be perfect, but let's protect it.
Sure.
There must be a constitutional upholding. And then the second thing is, and I want to say this, I don't agree with the general on the fact that the president must open a side door for people to make inputs on the Bella bill. I think it's a dangerous practice because when I read newspapers, people say we were able to phone the president and convince. That's not within our constitutional frame. The only place you can give public participation is through Parliament. So if the president is unhappy with aspects of the bill, they need to go back to Parliament and we can then give all citizens the right to give input.
Yes.
So the opposition's role in this regard
Yeah.
is to make sure the constitutional workings are in place, but then ultimately, this is the thing. Someone asked the question about debt, and it is the big elephant in the room. The job is twofold. We've got to grow at higher rates than 1%, and ultimately we have to make sure whatever we borrow doesn't go to giving departments that are dysfunctional, almost as though you are giving alcoholics a credit card. Let's fund infrastructure, because that's what's going to keep us forward.
Thank you very much. Makhoba, what do you think the youth, despite what the misgivings are there, what should you think the youth should be doing while the GNU is still in place? You can't undo it, you can't have a problem. While it is in place, how do they harness the opportunity while it's there? What do you think is there?
Okay, fundamentally, I think I'm going to speak for the black youth.
Yes.
I think we need some level of black consciousness. I think 90% of the problems that we are having today have been theorized before.
Okay.
Inequality has been theorized before. The literature is there. And I think the most important thing is to be actively participating in politics. And I think that's what's needed because South Africa has a big problem of the professionals that are apolitical, which have withdrawn themselves from politics. And politics is a way of life. And if we detach ourselves from politics, we'll end up being led by thugs. And it's unfortunate.
So political participation, people must get involved, get in all the political participation mechanisms that are there. General, the taking a risk, gone into this government of national unity, and you've already said the budget has been set out, by the way, for the 5 years, what used to be called MTSF has been decided and stuff like that. What do you advise, without waiting for the president to lead on everything, could be small wins that can be actually done now, simply at least to assure those citizens who have hope that there is progress? If you had a way, what would be those key things you will make sure by the end of this year are done, signal to people that there is hope?
Well, I think I must give you the way forward. Otherwise, I'll be confused.
Yes.
Political parties in this country are in agreement that there is a need that we should converge under one roof and look at the journey we've traveled since 1994 and identify any inherent defects if we manage to see them and fix them. That is through a national convention. But that dialogue must not be a long weekend dialogue. It has to stretch to about 12 months and say if we talk about priorities, do we have a sufficient consensus from the public to say this is priority? Let's have pillars of our education. Let's talk about the economic emancipation of the majority citizen. And then you put time frames. If there is a need to amend the constitution or any legislation, that decision taken at that level should go straight to Parliament for ratification and implementation. Otherwise, if you are going to keep on talking, I mean, I'm a soldier, I'm working a planning cycle, time frames, when must be hit that target, and so on. No to teta and galala went. There must be a program which is endorsed by everybody and which accommodates the views of the youth, black consciousness. We are rich in diversity. Faka wonke umuntu engcoweni athethe.
Yes.
Sayifumana isolution.
Accommodate.
And many
At that-
theorize up.
At that note, thank you very much, DM. Thank you very much, Honorable Maimane. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Mahova, from the chieftainship. At this note, I would like us to give our panel a big round of applause as they stand, as they take a group picture. And I'm going to ask the president to come join. Please, President, there's a reason why you are called president, not of the GNU, but of this thing that is undefined here. Please stand. They are about to present to you something that you must declare in Parliament or declare in the university. Please, President, please come join us, please. Please come join us. A big round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. That was really great. That was really great. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, while we are at that, while you are taking pictures, we have a hot new session coming. It's going to be lively. It's going to be very interesting and challenging like this GNU one, navigating the local government crisis. It's a real big problem. Don't leave. If you are going to grab coffee, please grab coffee and come, because we're going to invite Dr. Ismangaliso Malaki immediately after this to come and dictate us from here. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Even the program director has a present. Oh, thank you.
Right, good morning, colleagues. Dumelang bagaetsho. Aowa bagaetsho. Good morning, colleagues. Dumelang bagaetsho. Re mo Northwest, ke ra bua. Ya tlhele ba ko Eastern Cape ba tla re tlhaloganya.
Which ones are these?
Molweni sanibonani. Thank you. All right, welcome to session 2. If I can just ask the colleagues to close the doors for us so that we can get started. I hope you have been enjoying the conference since day 1, and I see there was quite a lot of debate and excitement in the first session. I hope the second session is also going to, create a lot of excitement as well. So this morning, we have our Auditor General in the house, Mr. Kani Maluleke. I hope all of you, you are in your right places, the CFOs that are in the house, all your work is in order. Otherwise she's gonna crack the whip. So this morning, we are going to be talking about a very serious topic. And as you know, I'm from the National School of Government. I'm Dr. Izimanga Lisomalachi. And all of us at the National School of Government, we are teachers, right? Re ba ruta bana. You didn't know that, now you know. That's what we do because we are a school. You saw the principal was with us for the past 2 days. Today, some of the colleagues are still here. So re ba ruta bana, re tlile go rutega, re tlile go le ruta. Also, we're going to request you to come, little rutega ko at the NSG. Join us for our programs. If you've never been on any of our programs, make sure that Monday when you go back to the office, you register for some of our online programs. And some of those programs are in relation with what we are going to be talking about this morning. So, I had a look at the consolidated report on local government audit outcomes for the year 2022-23. And I was quite saddened to see that only 13% of our municipalities have been able to attain and clean audit. And when I talk about 13%, it's only 34% of our municipalities. Can you imagine? It's a very small number, hey? When you look at all the numbers of municipalities that we have in South Africa. And 45 of those municipalities have improved in terms of their audit outcomes. However, we also have 36 that have regressed. And it's quite worrying to say that, when you think you're going forward, you have other municipalities that are going back. And I'm so glad that that is not my worry. It is the worry of the Auditor General. Otherwise, I think I would have had gray hair by now, So without further ado, I would like to request the Auditor General to come and tell us more about the figures that I have just mentioned. And I know that she has a theme for this report, which is a culture of accountability will improve service delivery. So over to you, Mr. Kani Maluleke. Please, I give you permission to crack the whip.
Thank you so much, Dr. Malachi, for that very kind welcome. Good morning. Is it still morning? Is it good morning? Dumelang. Molweni absheni. I'm so delighted to be here. I can see a few friendly faces. But this is my first time interacting with this platform, and I'm so delighted that we have an opportunity to do so. So thank you for creating this opportunity for my team and I to share some insight on the work that we do. And I'm hoping that my inputs will add value into what has obviously been a very rich conversation starting on Monday and set to continue for the days that are to come. I'm going to share with you a perspective on the outcomes of local government from an audit point of view, but a perspective that I'm hoping will give you the benefit of an AGSA that sees the entire picture, not just one sphere of government, but sees all 3 spheres, and not just one institution, but is able to cross institutional boundaries. So bear with me as I take you through this journey. As you know, that we have a constitutional mandate which informs our work and has done so for the last 30 years. And in fact, what we've done is, as AGSA, benefited from the constitutional framing of what we do, which is to set us up as South Africa's supreme audit institution, one that operates independently of government, that has the duty to audit all of government and to articulate on the outcomes on those audits. We are the external service provider in terms of audit. assurance for government. And I think this part of independence is worth highlighting because it is one of the things we should be celebrating as South Africans. Our constitutional framing provides for key institutional pillars of the AGSA that make us truly independent. And in fact, we are the envy of many other auditors general across the world. The World Bank did a ranking recently about, no, not that recent, 2021, and they found that out of the 118 countries that they had assessed, the AGSA was one of only 2 to enjoy full independence. Now, yes, I think that's worth celebrating. Thank you. I believe it's one of the things that we should be celebrating and protecting as a democracy over the 30 years. The Public Audit Act, which with its 2019 amendments provides much greater detail on what it is we're supposed to do. I'm going to highlight the area of the annual regularity audits. Every year, we have to audit every public institution, and in doing so, we've got to articulate on a few key areas. The first of this is we must say whether the financial statements are credible. The second of this is that we must say whether the performance information is credible, whether it's useful and reliable. And the third component, we must articulate a view on whether or not there are material areas of non-compliance with key laws and regulations. And when we find that there's no material non-compliance that we've identified, when the performance report is useful and reliable, and when the financial statements can be relied upon and that they're credible, then you get what's called a clean audit. Anything less than that is not a clean audit. Sometimes, when an auditee has got a tick on financial statements and we say that they are credible, and then they get an unqualified opinion on financial statements, and then we say they have other findings. Some people then say, no, we got a clean audit. I want to correct that now as we start. That's not a clean audit. Somebody has an unqualified with findings, it means that their debits and credits are fine, but they have some or other problem on their performance report, their service delivery report, or on compliance. And often it's in the area of procurement. And then there are other categories that we give a view on. At the end of every audit, we give a view on those 3 areas, including a sense of what the internal control environment is, and we also give a sense of whether or not we've identified material irregularities, which are the new powers that we have, and I'll talk about those as I go along. So every single year, we audit everyone. We conduct about 1,000 audits every single year. We give an audit report for every single institution, and we're able to then give you a good view of not just, as I said, one institution, but we can tell you about a whole sector. We can tell you about a whole sphere of government. And that's what, when we talk about local government, we are one of those few institutions that can give you a broader view. The work we do is covered by a team that I lead that's 3,600 strong, people that operate across the country. We have 1,000 qualified chartered accountants that work within the Office of the AG on a full-time basis. We've supplemented the audit capability with other experts. We've got quantity surveyors, medical experts, engineers, education specialists that work with us on a full-time basis. And the reason being that we've chosen to ensure that we are able to give you a view beyond the debits and credits, a view of what that institution is like and to what extent it is fulfilling its mandate as given. So this investment over many years has given us the depth and breadth of experience that really allows us to, as I say, offer something that very few auditors general can do. When you interact with our teams, you'll hear them talk a lot about Culture Shift 2030. I want to dispel a notion very quickly. The Culture Shift 2030 strategy is still informed by the same constitutional order, the same Public Audit Act, the same constitutional mandate. All we've done is make sure that we are responsive to South Africa and its public sector as we are today. At the AGSA, we recognize that public institutions, all of them, are charged with specific mandates and performance obligations, which, if you look at them collectively, translate into particular contributions towards our NDP aspirations and ambitions. So if you think about it, if we were able to get every single public institution performing effectively and consistently on its mandate, we'll be able to start making the required and desired shifts towards meeting the goals we've set for ourselves as a country. When we look at public institutions, as I say, we worry more than just the debits and credits. We consider it imperative that an institution be performing on its mandate, be characterized by transparency, by accountability, and by institutional integrity. And all of that is about how are things done around here. That's a culture issue. What are the behaviors? What are the choices? What are the priorities? What are the things that are required? What are the things that are rewarded? What are the things that are sanctioned? Because if you get the culture right, you will get to a point where performance improves, transparency improves, accountability improves, and as I say, institutional integrity improves. I was interested in the conversation earlier on about the rule of law. And it seems to me that if we invest in institutional integrity, we'll be able to get public servants and all those that are charged with responsibilities of managing public institutions acting in accordance with the rule of law. Because here's the thing, institutional integrity relates to having in place the type of internal controls, the disciplines, the monitoring controls, and consequence management that effect more consistent application of the rules and the policies that are there. Institutional integrity is about making sure you've got the controls, you've got the discipline, you've got internal audit that helps you assess how strong your controls are, and then you are responsive as and when things are highlighted as being weak. And you are constantly building that institution. And I can't overemphasize this point about institutional integrity and about operating within the rule of law. Quite often, we find that there is a focus on whether or not our legislation is optimal. There was a debate earlier on about, is the BE legislation appropriate? You know, you can have that debate and that's okay, that's important. We believe that the trick is about building an institution where the laws as they are going to be implemented. When we tolerate a culture where people transgress the laws and get away with it, every bit of work we put into amending legislation will be an exercise in futility. And so when we talk about audit outcomes and people say, I'm unqualified, and then they say with other findings, that other findings is about people who are not prioritizing operating within the rule of law, people who are not prioritizing performing on their mandate on a consistent basis. And so as Team HSA, we've shaped our work, still auditing and reporting on those areas that the Public Audit Act requires of us to do, still taking advantage of the fact that we audit everyone every single year and be able to see them every single year and be able to talk to them in different ways every single year and still using the powers of enforcement that we have to get them to start making better choices. We're also quite clear that if everyone in an ecosystem of accountability does their part, we will start to win this game. And why are we talking about an ecosystem of accountability? Every single public institution operates within this ecosystem. So the depiction we've got on the screen now deals with the municipal space. Maybe let's go through it. You've got on your left-hand side a picture that starts by saying, well, let's look at the role of the officials. They all have obligations and performance standards, right? And they all have duties. And then they are supervised by senior managers who have particular responsibilities and performance responsibilities. And then you've got the accounting officer, whom the MFMA requires to put in place the type of internal controls that will make for proper financial management, performance management, compliance, discipline, consequence management. That duty is put on the head and shoulders of the accounting officer. And the accounting officer, who's responsible for instilling discipline in that environment, is duly supported by internal audit and audit committee. Now, if everyone here is doing their part, why are we struggling with basics? Because that's what we are. We continue to struggle with basics. If everyone is doing their part here, why does the AG have to keep raising the same finding every single year? Because many of the things we raise are repeat findings. Because if you've got an accounting officer who's capable and responsible and responsive, you shouldn't have this deluge of repeat findings. If you have an effective internal audit function that's appropriately supervised and supported by an effective audit committee, you shouldn't have this dominance of repeat problems within the municipal space. And then if you look across to the right-hand side of the screen, we've drawn other people. Because again, none of those institutions operate on their own. Well, before I go to the extreme right, I think let me just stick with the picture just after the accounting officer. After the municipal manager, you've got the mayor, the MMCs, the speaker, the whip, and I guess all of council. When you look at the provisions of the MFMA and the Municipal Systems Act, it's quite clear that there are tremendous responsibilities that are given to the council. Huge areas of authority that they have. They're the ones that hire and fire senior managers. They're the ones that set the performance standards. They're the ones that decide what's in the IDP, what's in the annual performance plan or the SDBIP. They're the ones that decide on changes to budget allocations. They're the ones that review quarterly reports and make decisions on that. They're the ones that are able to assess whether or not the accounting officer is instilling discipline and driving consequence management and responding to AG findings year on year. And if they don't do it, you'll see the repeated weakening of that institution. So the key question we have to keep asking ourselves is, do we have in place the type of accounting officer, senior management officials, and the type of internal audit committee, and council that are equipped to do their work as per the design of our legislative arrangements? And then once you go out of the institution that is the municipality, you'll see that we've drawn on there other players, starting with the provincial legislatures. Maybe let me just go right a little bit. If you look at the coordinating institutions, we've put there the Office of the Premier, the Provincial COCTA, and the Provincial Treasury. I heard a gentleman here bragging about the Provincial Treasury of Limpopo. So I know that they are fully represented here. You might ask yourself, why is the AG worried about Provincial Treasury and COCTA when we're dealing with municipalities? Well, for the very simple reason that if you look at their mandate, their job is to make sure that they monitor, they support, and they supervise what happens in municipalities. And all too often, those things don't happen, or PFMA, but we audit them. And then we're able to look at the annual performance plan and say, man, when you plan your performance and you budget for the operations of Provincial Treasury, how are you seized with your responsibilities in local government? When we look at Provincial COCTA, we notice that you are supposed to review the integrated development plan for a municipality. Are you doing it? We notice that you are supposed to review the annual SDBIP. To what extent are you reviewing it and ensuring that there is coherence within your province? Because that's the idea, right? That the development plans of every municipality read together will have a coherence for the province. And Office of the Premier, to what extent are you fulfilling your responsibilities in terms of coordination and oversight? And so we've been able to change the conversation we have with the Provincial Treasury or Provincial COCTA because of the advantage of being able to audit everybody all the time. We've also then been able to take the conversation to the provincial legislature and said, well, when we look at the law, we see that you, as a provincial legislator, oversee the Office of the Premier, you approve their APP and their budget, and you review their financial statements and quarterly reports. We notice that you conduct oversight on Provincial Treasury as well as COCTA. Can we have a conversation about how effectively you're doing it? Because again, if everybody's doing their part, we shouldn't have these problems on a repeated basis. So when you hear us talking differently, it's because we've read the room, we've read the environment, we've understood that it's unhelpful to allow a perpetuation of people saying we are unqualified with other matters, we're fine. And it's also unhelpful to perpetuate an environment where Provincial Treasury or Provincial COCTA will brag about their clean audit, and yet the functioning of the municipalities in their provinces remains in disarray. So we use this ecosystem of accountability to drive the necessary conversations that must happen across the system. So while I'm talking about PFMA, I'm going to get to MFMA. But I hope I've been able to demonstrate to you that you can't think of MFMA on its own. There are responsibilities and duties that sit in the hands of those in PFMA. So what does PFMA look like from audit outcomes point of view? Very briefly, you'll see that there have been significant strides made over time, especially over the course of the last administration, the 6th administration. We've had a number of clean audits, 35% of them being clean audits, and many of these clean audits were repeat clean audits. So 110 out of the 147 on the screen now were repeat clean audits. I always say that it's hard to get to a clean audit. It's probably more difficult to sustain a clean audit. So when you are sustaining it, for us, it tells us that the internal controls and disciplines are actually more stable and that this thing can now move in the right direction. PFMA, these auditees that are on the screen, jointly managed a budget, an expenditure budget of 3.1 trillion rand. Now, these are the outcomes. Only 35% of them are able to account fully for their financials and their performance, and without any non-compliance. The rest had non-compliance. So other than the clean audits, the rest had non-compliance. Yes, it's important for me to highlight a gain made over time, but if you add the clean audits and the unqualified, you get to 79% of PFMA that get the debits and credits right. And that's absolutely important. I want to just put one little thing on the table for academics to go and think about. Accounting and financial reporting requirements for PFMA are much easier than for MFMA. It's an assertion I'm making, an invitation for you to go and test it. If we look at the provisions of the financial reporting requirements that prevail in PFMA, especially for departments, and those at MFMA in the municipal space, there's a big difference. And so we should expect that PFMA should do better on debits and credits. Having said that, I want to highlight once again that other than the clean audits, the rest of PFMA is still struggling with performance information, in that how are they managing performance? How do you plan? How do you organize? How do you monitor? How do you report quarterly and at the end of the year? Ours is not to say whether someone's performed well or not. Ours is to say, does the annual performance plan make sense in terms of the mandate? Okay, we don't approve it. The legislature does. All we can say is it useful? And then at the end of the year, we're able to say, is it reliable? We're not saying if they've passed or failed. All we want to know is it reliable? And surely, as citizens, you want to know if that report is reliable. And it's as simple as that. That's our test. Is it useful? Is it reliable? Full stop. And then at least the conversation can happen about how well have you done. So it's a really important basic principle that we have to put in place. And then, as I said, many of them struggle with operating within the rule of law. They don't have enough controls to ensure that even the policies that they have set for themselves are being complied with when they are procuring goods and services. I won't talk about the ones that are outstanding. You see that blue on the extreme right-hand side? Those are the ones where it's not that they're outstanding and that they're very good. They're outstanding in that they're not there yet. Sometimes they just don't submit. Sometimes they submit very late, which is an accountability problem. All I will say on PFMA is some good progress, but we seem to be stalling on the journey towards the aspirations of Section 195 of the Constitution, which is about, yes, transparency and accountability, but also effective and efficient and economical use of resources. We also, in our PFMA report, have been diligent in giving you a better sense of, let's call it, the quality of these PFMA outcomes. We strip out the smaller departments to give you what's really happening at the nub of it, the bigger departments, the ones with the bigger service delivery responsibilities. And what you'll see on the slide is that what we've called high impact auditees, they're the ones whom together are responsible for all of those service delivery requirements on the left-hand side, which are quite important and touch on our lived experience. And they look after 85% of that 3 trillion rand budget. And you'll see that they are lagging behind. So it tells you that it's the smaller departments, the ones with governance responsibilities, with smaller budgets, that have the tendency to attain and maintain clean audits. We are lagging behind on the big ones. And the big ones, as I said, are the ones with service delivery requirements. They also even include the state-owned entities, by the way. The state-owned entities are not doing much better. I'll leave that slide. I won't go through it in detail, but I just want to make the point that there's still some way to go before we have to get there. This is a good slide, I think, to look at. The legislative sector, remember I talked about how the conversation with the legislatures, the speakers, and the portfolio committee chairs is changing. And we're inviting them to engage differently with their duties of oversight. We can do that because at least their basics are fine. You can see that they're able to get their debits and credits right. Although they don't operate on PFMA, they operate on the basis of FAMPLA. Bona, they are able to get the basics right. So at least we can have a conversation with them on how they can improve performance on mandate. Then this next slide basically is something that we would have shared in PFMA. I'll only make one point. The delay in attending to these basics I was talking about, even in PFMA, is costing us tremendous opportunity from a service delivery point of view. It's also contributing to leakage from the fiscus, leakage in terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, leakage in terms of irregular expenditure. So when there is non-compliance with procurement, people often say, well, you can't prove that money has gone missing. You've heard that, no? Well, somebody must prove that money hasn't gone missing. And if they know money has not gone missing, they are very quick to investigate and close the matter. When you see them delaying in actually investigating, you know that money's probably gone missing. So again, when they say other matters, let's not allow them to trivialize it, because we're seeing the dire consequences of allowing this to remain neglected. Happy to come back to that, but I know your appetite is MFMA. All right. So what does MFMA look like? So Dr. Malachi already set us off by saying that in financial year 22-23, we had only 34 clean audits. Now, these clean audits, you can see the number has been going backwards over time. This is the first full year of this administration following the 2021 elections. When they took over following the August 21 elections, it was already midway through the 2022 financial year. So this is now the first full year. But you can see things are not moving in the right direction. The majority of those 34 are in the Western Cape, so you can tell that there are some provinces that don't even have a clean audit. Other than the auditees with clean audits, everybody else has got compliance findings. And where are the compliance findings? Inability to submit quality financial statements. And that's not a small thing. It happens because the basics are not being done. When we start the audit, we look at the quality of financial statements and we make an assessment of whether, if the accounting officer and the CFO had applied themselves throughout the year, whether that misstatement would be there. If it's an area of judgment or a particularly technical thing, we let it go. But if it's an indication that they have failed to observe the provision of the MFMA that says maintain proper records throughout the year, then we give a compliance finding. So it tells you, other than the clean audits, the majority of municipalities across the country struggle with those basics. Second point, the majority of municipalities struggle with compliance, especially around procurement. They are unable to procure in a manner that's consistent with the rule of law. And I know I said it when I talked about PFMA. The same applies here. When municipalities flout the provisions of the MFMA, of the Treasury regulations, of their own policies, it tells you that we have little chance of realizing the aspirations we have. whether it's about aspirations for Black economic empowerment, whether it's about aspirations for local content, whether it's about aspirations for ensuring that we have effective and good quality of spend. Sometimes we see this directly when a supplier that should never have been chosen is now chosen to do construction. And the company is called Tsakani Maluleke Accountants Incorporated. And then you gotta ask yourself, what does she have to do with constructing houses or maintaining a wastewater treatment plant? It'll show up as non-compliance. And then they want to say to you, it's trivial. It's not. The other parts I wanted to highlight is that if you look at these outcomes, you'll see that you have in MFMA the dominance of unqualified and qualified. If you read those yellow and purple spaces together, because qualified is where the financial statements are not able to be corrected by the time we finish the audit. You can read them together and say, together they still tell you about poor discipline, poor monitoring, poor management of finances, poor management of performance, and lack of discipline in applying the law. The purple ones, where we've had audit qualifications in that there is a credibility problem on financials. Municipalities are struggling, I'll call them 4 areas. The first one is they don't bill correctly, so their revenue number is a problem. And when you see, it's not an audit issue. You know, it's easy to say it's an accountant's issue. But think about it, in a municipality, if you're not billing properly, you don't know what your revenue should be. You're not reading meters. You're not ensuring that people are paying you for the services you are providing. The other area is on debtors. You don't know who owes you. You're not managing your debtors book properly. And of course, if you're not billing properly, it's unlikely that you're collecting properly. The third thing is you're not paying your creditors properly. So your creditors listing is a problem. It can sound trivial and an accounting technicality, but actually it is core business for a municipality. Then the other area they struggle with is capital assets, which is where they're unable to account for the assets they have. They can't tell you where their infrastructure is, and they can't tell you its condition. Why is that? Some of it is historical, right? The municipalities inherited infrastructure and they didn't know where it was. They also didn't have the skills or the information to figure out what's where, and they keep trying to sort of deal with incidents instead of having a program of really figuring out what assets they do have. And some of it is about skill. They just don't have the capability to do what's required. They don't have the engineers who know what's required. The ones who were there when the infrastructure was put in place are long gone. The new ones don't have the experience, let alone the knowledge of where the things are. But how does it manifest in our lives? You and I are constantly struggling with infrastructure that's failing across municipalities. And why is it failing? Well, partly because it's not being maintained. And why? Well, if you don't know where it is, you don't know what condition it's in, you don't even have a maintenance plan to maintain it, it's going to degrade. And then you make it worse by procuring from Tsakani Maluleke Incorporated accountants, and then you say they must go and fix your wastewater treatment plant, and you wonder why you've paid, but there's no fixing of your wastewater treatment plant. So when we talk about these outcomes, I want to encourage you to help all of us see beyond what can easily come across as accounting speak and debits and credits, because especially in the municipal space, it's not. These are really important things. The one good news I can offer about the local government sphere, especially for 2023, is that at least the disclaimers are coming right, and you'll see that the submissions are coming right. When we started with this new administration, in their first year, we had 81% municipalities submit on time. That improved to 91% and now to 97%. So much of it is coming right. I say it because some municipalities like Masilonyana in the Free State never used to submit financial statements year on year. Now, if AG doesn't even have financials to review or audit, you're going to get a report that says this one has not been audited. And then your eye, because we're human, you say, oh, it's not done, and then you look at the other things. But actually, it's a big thing. If somebody is flouting a responsibility given in the Municipal Finance Management Act to say, thou shalt submit financial statements to the AG for audit, just that, not even the quality thereof, just submit. That tells you that that person has no interest in honoring their duty to serve as a steward over public funds. No interest. Because it's not a skills problem when someone doesn't submit. It's a political problem. Because if an accounting officer fails to submit, the mayor should be holding them to account. The council should be holding them to account. The fact that this goes on year is a real issue. So I mentioned Masilonyana because I read in, I think, yesterday's papers that they were the municipality where a firm of accountants, Zakani Maruleke Accountants, Inc., was hired to do infrastructure work. So, yeah. So it's a live example. So at least submissions are coming right. Why are they coming right? Two things. And I think I want to highlight these as things that we can learn around what it will take to improve local government. One is that we started to raise this thing with the provincial treasuries and the COCTAs and the offices of the Premier and the legislature to say, when we look at the law, you should be insisting that this happens. You should be supporting. So they did. In the Northwest, in the Free State, we saw a lot of that. And so these submissions came in. That's encouraging. And it talks to us understanding that the responsibilities that sit at provincial level are just as important to worry about when we look at local government. The second thing we did that helped us win was that as AGSA, we issued material irregularities. What we did was we used our powers. That thou shalt, you're actually flouting the law and you're causing harm to the institution. It was an ability to use these powers slightly differently. And I know people think we're going to put people in jail. I want to highlight the AG does not arrest. You also don't want an AG that arrests. The MI powers, in essence, are for us to support and complement accountability in local government. The way they are designed is not for us to take over anyone's job. We don't take over the job of the accounting officer or of the mayor or of the speaker or of the provincial executive. Ours is to use the powers and keep following up and get them to do the right thing. We also have the power to refer matters to law enforcement for further action. So what you will never see is the AG arrest, but you will see the Hawks arrest as an outcome of a referral from the AG. What you will see is the SIU investigate and recover funds as an outcome of a referral from the AGSA. That's the design of the law. And I believe that you are starting to see that impact. So that's the first thing that improved. The second thing that improved in this cycle is disclaimers. They've also come down. And I've always characterized disclaimers as the worst outcome one can get. Because a disclaimer, again, is not a skills problem. We're not asking you for very technical things that are accounting related. Just maintain your records. If you went to buy bottles of water, just show us the slip. That's all. We pass no judgment even if you paid 100 Rand per bottle. We just want to know, did you buy bottles? It's as basic as that. We'll talk about the 100 Rand later when we look at procurement. But just show us that when you bought bottles, that's all, right? And a disclaimer is where someone's unable to do that. So essentially, you get there and you say, right, we see that you got so many millions from central government as grants that were transferred to you. Can you show us how you spent it? And they just go. That's a disclaimer. In very simple terms. It's not a technical accounting thing. So if someone tells you, I have a disclaimer because I have a skills deficit, that's a lie. There's no skills deficit with a disclaimer. it's ill discipline, and an intentional flouting of the law and the key principles of accountability and stewardship. So at least that's coming down. I can tell you that much. How did we get there? Well, we started to get people to understand what a disclaimer is. That's insight. We also started to influence how the provincial treasuries and the provincial cocters and the office of the premier helped to get these disclaimers out. We then were able to issue even material irregularities to say, well, the fact that you can't even tell us how many bottles of water you bought, you're causing harm. So people started to respond. I say these things because I'm trying to help you see that it's gonna take all of us acting on our mandate, using our given powers and authority and influence in a consolidated way to get this game to shift. But that's the story for local government. I could hop on, I probably shouldn't. Maybe let me share this slide with you. You'll see that the metros don't seem to do much better, no? And on some level, we should really worry about this because metros are the ones with the geographic presence to be able to hire skills. Ne? They are not Masilonyana. They are the ones with the budgets to afford the type of skills that can at least get them to account properly. They are the ones that have the biggest impact on our lived experience. Their functioning or lack of functioning translates directly into how you and I live our lives, how the economy functions. And they have the greatest impact on the greatest number of households across South Africa. So it's crucial that we get the metros to operate properly. What we've seen is that you've got one clean audit, which was the Western Cape this year. The rest are unqualified with findings, and others are qualified. Let me tell you the ones with unqualified with findings, just to make my point. So as I say the name, picture it, okay? Ekurhuleni, is it other matters? COJ, is it other matters? eThekwini, is it trivial? It's not. Nelson Mandela Bay, is it trivial? It's not. So the failure of these municipalities to do the basics directly impacts on all of us. And I believe that as South Africans and as people, especially in academia, we ought to really worry a lot more about pushing back on a tendency to normalize accepting unqualified with findings. It's a danger zone because here is where you got a service delivery gap that continues to grow. Here is where you got economic development that continues to go in the right direction. Let's call it economic regression. And it is here that you get poor quality of spend and money going where it's not supposed to. It's here that our infrastructure gets demolished over time. The other categories you'll see are not that much better, but let me not spend too much time on that. I want to just go to one other slide before I close off. It's this one. So, in trying to understand what really happens in municipalities around financial management and how it translates into our lives, we see that even things like budgeting disciplines are poor. Far too many of them adopt unfunded budgets. And the reason they do that is so that they can actually spend money they don't have. What they do is they overinflate the revenue that they think they'll get, and then they use that to support major expenditure. And then they keep adjusting back and forward at some point. Many of them don't budget adequately for basic service delivery requirements. Their money goes to other things. Many of them don't budget properly for maintaining the infrastructure that they do have. The Treasury regulations provide that you should be budgeting 8% of the value of your assets for maintenance. On average, municipalities are budgeting 3%. And then it's no wonder that we continue to see infrastructure degrading. And then, as I said, even when they do spend that 3%, they don't spend it properly. They spend it on Zakani and her friends. It is absolutely crucial that these basics be attended to. We see that things like making sure that a monthly set of financial statements is prepared go unattended, even when you do have a CFO in place. We see that the in-year discipline of reviewing these management accounts and understanding where things are, that doesn't happen in management or even at council. And that's what the job of council should be. We got to ask the question of why that would continue. Is the council not prepared to do it? Is the council unwilling or simply unable? And why don't they hold management accountable for not doing this? We see that the continued weaknesses, which I'm sure you're probably thinking we've heard this all before, and you have. You've heard it from me, you heard it from the late Makwetu, you heard it from Terence Nombembe before him. None of this is news. What is new is the growing crisis within local government, because the continued neglect of these basics is having a direct impact on how we live our lives. We're also seeing that far too many municipalities don't invest in these basics, but then they get consultants to do their work for them at the end of the year. So when they realize 31st of August is coming, they must submit financials, they hire a consultant, come put financials together. Now, if you have not kept your slips for buying water, you have no chance of getting any quality from a consultant. It doesn't matter how good they are, but they do it. If you've not done monthly or quarterly reports, you have no chance of getting quality financial statements at the end. Municipalities across South Africa last year spent 1.3 billion rand on consultants just to help them put financials together. And that is even before I talk about the outcomes, and I told you what the outcomes were. We still get poor submitted financials. Why? Because you can't pretend that the slips are there when they were never there to begin with. We gave the example on the use of consultants for financial reporting to make a point around other municipal functions that are being dealt with the same way. Because what I'm saying about financials, you could potentially say about engineering services. You could probably even say about other corporate services. And yet there are people employed to do this work. The question is, who are those people? What skills do they have? And how do they get away with not doing what they're supposed to do? As part of our work, some of the things we do is we look at the application of the grants that come out of national government, especially those that relate to infrastructure, investment, or maintenance. As you know, local government benefits from significant transfers from the national fiscus for specific grants, and there are particular conditions on how those grants should be spent. Well, we can tell you this for free. The ones with the clean audits are the ones where the grants are spent properly. They're not spending on Tsakani and her friends, they're spending on a proper engineer to do the work. And they pay for the things they get, they make sure quality is there, their projects are done on time. The rest struggle with those basics. We went to go and visit different projects across the country, because remember, when we're auditing, we don't only look at the books. We go and see what you say is happening on the ground. So we went to go to the ground, and we found that many of the projects were either delayed or poor quality of work, or even when they were done, they were not being commissioned on time, there were cost overruns. And again, it's because the wrong supplier is contracted after a strange procurement exercise, or even when that contractor is appointed, they're not being managed properly. If you don't have somebody of good skill within a municipality to manage a contractor, you're gonna keep getting these outcomes. So what's the answer? Invest in the skills required to do the basics. Make sure that local government is professionalized. Have people of skill, of competence, who are given space to do their work, who are required to operate ethically through the rules of engagement by the council, but also belong to a professional body. So there's a code of conduct. People who will be held accountable for ongoing professional development, people who will be held accountable for their behavior, and then monitor them and then hold them accountable. But give them the space to do their work without undue interference, and make sure that they have the time to do their work. Instability in local government is one of the biggest problems. What we see, and we've done the research or the analysis over time, we look at municipalities that get clean audits year on year and perform well on other matrices as well, year on year, on the one hand. Ne? And then we look at disclaimer and adverse. And what we find is the ones with clean audits and good performance are the ones where the MM and the CFO, those two officials, we only looked at those two, where they've been in their jobs for 60 months plus, 5 years. The ones with the adverse and disclaimers are the ones where they are not in their role for more than 18 months. Because you know how it goes. Somebody acts for 6 months, another one acts for 6 months, then they'll brag and say, we've hired a CA to be a CFO, but that person arrives, within 6 months, they're also out. You'll never have any hope of building an institution with that level of instability. And so we found it quite telling that there is this strong correlation. We've done our material irregularities. I've given you the sense of what it is. If we've identified that something is going wrong and we can see that it has a direct impact of loss or impact of harming the institution, like a disclaimer, or impact of harming the public, like a wastewater treatment plant that's not being repaired, or a landfill site that's being allowed to operate beyond its required levels of emissions, what we then are able to do is raise material irregularities. Because we can say that there's an irregularity, it's a non-compliance, and we can see an impact of loss or harm. We've used these powers to very good effect on both PFMA and MFMA. We've been able to register resource protection to over 2.5 billion rand across the 2 cycles now. We've been able to also get financials submitted, disclaimers reversed. We've also been able to get wastewater treatment plants actually fixed when we raise these matters, which makes you wonder, why do you need an accountant to come and tell you to attend to that? Something's failing, right? It's the basics. What is the accounting officer doing? What do they monitor? Where's the MMC? Where's the mayor? What are they doing? What are they seized with to make sure that this doesn't happen? But we've been able to get a number of the things that we're worried about dealt with. Of course, this can never be the adequate solution to all our problems. It's important that we sort out the professionalization and capacitation, crucial that we attend to the governance failures, starting with making sure that councils are populated by people of good character, of good competence to respond to the very big responsibilities they have in the municipal space. Make sure they set the right tone and they hold people accountable. And we've got to make sure that we really set a culture of ethics, of delivery, and of accountability. I'm going to stop there. I hope I've given you just enough to think about. But as you know, this is an area that I work on all the time, and I could go on forever. So I'm going to avoid doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, AG, for sharing your knowledge with us. Now we know that the Auditor General does not arrest, but it refers to the Hawks and the SIU. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you know now you have a better understanding of what it is that is required of you to be able to attain a clean audit. I know in one of our sessions yesterday, we presented a paper on the critical considerations in attaining and sustaining a clean audit outcome, which is a case of the National School of Government. And one of the questions that was asked when we were presenting or in that conversation was, who audits the AG? And I hope, later the Auditor General will be able to give that answer. Because a lot of colleagues were saying, yes, we hear you, the Auditor General is the watchdog, they are doing this, they are doing that, but who audits the AG? And AG, no, who audits the AG? Parliament does not audit. And by the way, you have said it is very hard, to achieve a clean audit. And it's even harder to maintain a clean audit. And I know we are one of those institutions within your 35% where we have been able to attain a clean audit for the past 5 years. And if you want to know how we've done it, come to one of our courses. We'll tell you how we have done it. Of course it is. I have to earn my salary. So without further ado, I'm going to ask the Deputy Minister, Mr. Isaac Sello Sitlolo. He said it is a Setswana surname, Sitlolo. I hope I have pronounced it correctly. And he's going to tell us what is it that we need to do, in order for us to attain and achieve these clean audits in the water sector. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
I cannot emphasize enough how nervous I am right now. So it's only been 103 days in office. So bear with us, who are still learning. Bagaetsho dumelang. Le siame. I see the great prof is sitting here in front. We hold the keys to the water. We'll shut it off. If I get a terrible reception, we're closing this thing. I know people at Rand Water. Thank you so much, Dr. Malachi. Thank you so much to the AG. The reference to wastewater treatment plants has given me heart palpitations. But it speaks to the crisis that we are facing. And colleagues, you might not know this because in South Africa we have a tendency of reacting to a crisis only when we see that it is a crisis now and we're in it. But we are heading towards a crisis in terms of our water and sanitation infrastructure in this country. My team and I have over-prepared for today, so I've tried on the 9 pages, I've tried to remove some information so that I do not prolong this session. Here, I would much rather we engage on some of these issues than me standing here and giving a political lecture or a speech of some sort. But colleagues, I've got a great sense of pride, of course, to speak to you this morning, because this is my home province of the Northwest Bokone-Bophirima, so that we can all reflect together on the state of municipalities in our country. I will, of course, make my reflection through the lens of water and sanitation, as this is the area where I've been allocated to contribute and make a meaningful impact through the Government of National Unity. Dr. Malachi, this year, South Africa marks 30 years of democracy. The democracy that has enabled the protection and promotion of human rights and civil liberties. South Africa is one of a few countries in the world where water is deemed a human right enshrined in the Constitution. Guided by the Constitution and its Bill of Rights, successive democratic administrations have implemented progressive policies and programs to uplift the material conditions of all South Africans, particularly the society's most vulnerable. The national government is constitutionally obligated to support municipalities to provide basic services to citizens, including water and sanitation. However, we must reflect honestly about the challenges that we face. And our reflection must also lead us to urgent action. We cannot allow failing municipal infrastructure to collapse the economies of provinces. We equally cannot allow failing municipal water infrastructure to cripple our country. The gains that have been made, whilst laudable, are at persistent attack because we stand at the precipice of reversing those particular gains. Governance challenges at water boards, the non-payment of municipalities for bulk water provision, and serious pollution of our water resources remains some of the greatest threats to the water sector. In terms of municipal governance, Malaika Mahlatsi has written 2 great pieces on the work that has been done by Rand Water, but how that work is overshadowed by the governance, particularly in terms of metro municipalities in Gauteng. And that is something that we need to be able to look at so that when we don't have water and we say it's Rand Water, it's Val Central, it's Magali's fault, we forget that municipalities in this country are water services authorities that ought to pay Rand Water and other water boards for the bulk water that they provide. Colleagues, while a significant progress has been made since 1994, we still have a distance to go. And we must go this distance with speed and the decisiveness the people of this country deserve. Out of a total population of approximately 63.9 million, 3.1 million do not have access to basic services, and about 12.6 million do not have access to reliable services, which translates to 68.3% without reliable services. And from this, it is clear, if our nation is to survive and our economy is to grow, this must change, and it must change now. We have made some large strides in eradicating the sanitation backlog in the country. Households with access to improved sanitation has increased from 49% in 1996 to 84.1% in 2023, based on the 2022 Stats SA data. This demonstrates that government has made huge inroads in terms of ensuring access to water and sanitation services. This progress, however, is not enjoyed by 15.9% of households, where there are still 2.8 million households that utilize unimproved sanitation services, especially in rural areas and informal settlements. Moreover, 66% of households are served with waterborne toilets, which are connected to wastewater treatment works, and 34% of the households rely on on-site sanitation. Certain provinces are still using the bucket system, and the department is well in progress with the implementation of the bucket eradication program. However, this particular program, colleagues, is a moving target because municipalities continue to provide buckets to households as a form of sanitation service. In line with the National Water and Sanitation Master Plan, sanitation should be a driver for water security by utilizing solutions using little to no water. In 2015, South Africa adopted a revolutionary approach under the theme, quote, "It is not all about flushing," close quote. Considering that South Africa is a water-scarce country with a projected 17% deficit in water availability, if South Africa maintains the same rate of water consumption at 218 liters per capita per day, the projected water deficit will have significant impact on the historic or conventional way of providing waterborne sanitation and requires the sector to reconsider sustainable solutions or sanitation solutions to provide these particular solutions towards these approaches, with more investment in non-sewer, low water and waterless sanitation solutions. Therefore, as the sector, we recognize the need to move towards alternative and non-sewer sanitation solutions that are of grade to increase the rate of sanitation service delivery. This too, we must do with the sense of urgency our people deserve. Colleagues, South Africa falls within the top quarter, that is 25% of the world's most water-stressed nations. The country is situated in a region that is semi-arid with an average rainfall of the country for about 450 millimeters per annum, which is well below the world average of about 860 milliliters per annum, while evaporation in this country is comparatively high. It is important to note, colleagues, that 98% of the country's available water resources are already allocated. South Africa is currently overexploiting its water resources on a national level and requires both demand-side and supply-side interventions in order to address the projected supply deficit of 17% by 2030. Colleagues, municipal water and sanitation services are deteriorating, as borne out by the recent green drop, blue drop, and no drop reports. 67 out of 144 water services authorities scored critical on average across their water systems and or wastewater systems in the 2023 blue drop and 2022 green drop assessment. A further 38 scored poor or on average, which means that 73% of our water services authorities scored critical or poor. This is a bleak sign that municipalities constituting a majority of water services authorities are in a crisis. If the state of governance in municipalities does not improve, we will face a water crisis in this country. And unlike with our electricity crisis, water is a resource that cannot be replaced. Percentage of water supply systems with poor or bad microbiological water quality compliance, that is water that is not safe to drink, increased from 5% in 2014 to 46% in 2023, resulting in increases of waterborne diseases. 66% of municipal wastewater infrastructure is in a poor or critically poor condition. Percentage of municipal wastewater system in the country is in an overall critical state of performance, which has increased from 30% in 2013 to 39% in 2022. 90 of the 144 water services had at least one critical wastewater system, that is to say, discharging partially treated or untreated sewage into rivers, resulting in increased risk of diseases such as cholera across the country.
The national average for municipal non-revenue water increased from 37% in 2014 to 47% in 2023. The implications are that funds that are spent to develop dams and water treatment works is wasted if a large portion of the treated water is thrown away through leaks in municipal water distribution systems. Municipalities with high non-revenue water are unable to pay water boards for treated water supplied to them and cannot afford to properly maintain and operate their water distribution infrastructure. And that is the comparison when we talk about what Rand Water is doing as a water board and what municipalities are doing in as far as making sure that they're able to deal with their leaks. Colleagues, government is equally concerned about the acts of vandalism on water infrastructure as it sets the sector backwards in efforts to ensure consistent water supply. Communities need to take ownership and protect infrastructure as it is intended for their own benefit. Communities must expose and report all elements of criminality on infrastructure to law enforcement agencies, regardless how despondent we are about law enforcement agencies, of course. Law enforcement agencies must deal harshly with those found responsible for these acts, and efforts to combat corruption must be prioritized to ensure that public resources are utilized for the benefit of all citizens. The security cluster must intensify its effort to confront the water tankering mafia. This particular phenomenon, I do not need to tell you, colleagues, that it has been on the rise for some years now. These are criminals who are hell-bent on undermining the water security of millions of South Africans for vain and personal gain. They must be confronted decisively with the full might of the law. The other existential challenges that we face, colleagues, is the financial sustainability of the water sector. Water and sanitation services are supposed to be self-sustainable. Costs include paying bulk water service providers for bulk water and or DWS for raw water that has been abstracted. It is estimated that municipal water service delivery requires over 125 billion per year to sustain. These funds come from the National Treasury in the form of grants, including the equitable share to subsidize the poor. Apart from these grants, the water sector must be self-financing through revenues from the sale of water. Water sector institutions must be financially viable and sustainable through implementation of user charges and tariffs. The revenue from the user the revenue from the users who are not poor is estimated to be at 63 billion. The money that is owed to water boards, colleagues, by municipalities is growing rapidly and is unsustainable and is currently sitting at over 22 billion. If we are to provide water for our economy to grow and our nation to prosper, this is a trajectory that must change. We have already disestablished one of our water boards due to financial constraints. In 2022, we disestablished Sidibeng Water Board. Magali's Water Board came in and they are now the ones that have taken over those particular assets. Colleagues, our nation cannot afford to see another water board fail. And I can tell you now that Magali's Water, as well as Val Central, within the period of 6 months, if the debt that is owed to them by municipalities does not improve, we are in a crisis. Because when a water board is disestablished, colleagues, there is this perception that if Magali's is providing water to Makwasi Hills, and Makwasi Hills owes the water board 6 billion, as is the case with Machabeng in the context of Val Central, that when the water board is disestablished, it is going to be Machabeng or Makwasi Hills that suffers. No. It is all the municipalities that are dependent on that water board for bulk water. Colleagues, the Department of Water and Sanitation is attempting to, well, it's not attempting, we're strengthening our role as a regulator within the sector. As the national custodian for bulk water supply, we must therefore continue to strengthen our regulation in order to ensure that the country is not led into a desert in the future. Strong legislation and policies are critical to achieving water security in South Africa, on water quality in the rivers and our taps, balancing demand and supply, ensuring the safety of dams, and building resilience to climate change. The department has finalized the public consultation process for the amendments of both the National Water Act and the Water Services Act, and is currently reviewing these public comments. I will not enter into the relevant amendments that are being made, colleagues. If we were to dwell on those, we might spend here, and there might be a few papers that actually come out of those particular amendments. The department, colleague, is establishing the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency in order to support private project finance to be raised without necessarily requiring treasury guarantees, and implement the large-scale investment in national water resources infrastructure required to ensure that South Africa has sufficient bulk water supply for the currently and into the future. This particular agency will address the current fragmentations of asset management and revenue collection functions for national water resources infrastructure. Currently, these particular functions are being undertaken by the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority and the water trading entity, as well as the department. The establishment of this entity will enable them to be integrated into one entity. Colleagues have spoken about the fact that water boards play a crucial role in providing bulk water infrastructure to municipalities. Therefore, optimizing their efficiency remains a strategic priority for the department. I will not talk about the independent regulator. We know that there are issues about independent regulators, particularly as it relates to ICASA and currently with NERSA, with ESCOM's request for those particular increases. The DBSA, the World Bank report, which termed the document Bridging the Funding Gap of the SDG 6 infrastructure, indicated that an investment of about 130 billion per annum in infrastructure over the next 7 years is required in order to meet the relevant SDG goals by 2030. So far, there is a 33% shortfall compared to the secured funding. This is a critical challenge and a gap that must be bridged to ensure sufficient and sustainable infrastructure for future generations. The Department of Water and Sanitation manages two conditional grants, namely the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant that is called RBIC, and the Water Services Infrastructure Grant, WISIC, which are aimed at supporting municipalities to develop their water and sanitation infrastructure and to address backlogs of infrastructure. The department is spearheading progressive implementation of water and sanitation projects through various programs to improve the reliability of water supply and sanitation services to all households in South Africa. Funding has been set aside for infrastructure investment over the next 7 years, which is aimed at ensuring water security projects for the country, covering various projects within all provinces and various municipalities. Approximately 60% of national water resources infrastructure projects are funded by the private sector as an initiative of the department through the public-private collaboration program and/or agreement. The department is also investing in robust planning activities for water and sanitation projects to ensure the identification of the most viable and sustainable options to address the identified needs based on life cycle costing, environmental, practicality, security, and climate change considerations. Finally, Dr. Malachi, water knows no boundaries and it should not be politicized. The department, as a leader in the water sector, continues to cooperate with neighboring countries for sharing water resources to ensure equitable and sustainable utilization of water resources for the benefit of current and future generations. South Africa has 4 major river basins, that is Nkomati, Maputo, Limpopo, and Orange Singh, shared with 6 neighboring countries. The shared river basins cover 60% of South African land area and contributes 45% of the country's total river flow. The department has structured engagements in line with the SADC protocols on shared water courses. Most of these trans-boundary organizations are managed by the Secretariat on behalf of the member states. The department also enters into strategic international partnerships with other countries in order to create a better South Africa and contribute to a better Africa and a better world. As I conclude, Dr. Malachi, the department therefore calls upon more leaders and business to raise their hands as change makers and join the department to fast-track service delivery at all spheres of government in order to accelerate SDG number 6 implementation, leaving no one behind. Most importantly, we call for an urgent national consensus on the need to turn around municipalities. The reality is that no matter the efforts the department will make, For as long as municipal governance is not attended to, we will not reach the taps of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Setlholo. Re rutegile rra. Now we know that we are in a water scarce country. You know, when we see rivers flowing all over the country, we think that we have a lot of water. But we become surprised, you know, when I open a tap when I'm in Hammanskraal and nothing comes out, while we have such big rivers. So thank you very much for reminding us that water is a scarce resource and it cannot be replaced. But I'm quite concerned about what you say, that 22 billion is owed to our water boards by our own municipalities. And that stems from us as communities to say, are we paying for the services? And it goes further to say, is the municipality paying over what we are paying as the communities? And I'm quite happy to hear that, you know, we have moved from 49% to 84% of households with sanitation and water services since 1994. It is a good thing and it needs to be celebrated. So ladies and gentlemen, I think at this point, based on what we have learned, water knows no boundaries and it should not be politicized. That is what you said, Deputy Minister. And now we know that the same water that flows for the blue will also flow for the red or for the green and yellow. Drink from the same tap from the same river. You are amongst academics, Deputy Minister. So can I open the floor to questions and interactions? And I'm going to be gender sensitive. I'm going to start with the ladies. You were not here in the first. So where are the mics? Okay. I have acknowledged 3 hands on this side, if I can have mics. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands in the middle. And there's another 2 on this side. Please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Program Director. Okay, yeah. My first question directed to the Deputy Minister. I just want to check what kind of, okay, my name is Emmanuel Mokhofe from a strategic department in Limpopo, which ended Section 100, and which was proved by the study that was conducted that Section 100 was political as opposed to administration. We can Google it. Thanks, Program Director. What kind of a legislation establishes this water board that you can't close the taps to the municipalities? Are they a social institution or profit-driven institution? That is my question to the Deputy Minister. Then my first question to Metsagane Maluleka. You know, there are ongoing debate, but now I think they've been surpassed, maybe due to the Government of National Unity, that I think they were coming strongly before we entered Government of National Unity, that South Africa was a failed state or South Africa was a collapsed state. I know some of the narration were exaggeration, but there were some signs. Now, given this narration that South Africa is a failed state, and there are most performing institutions, including National Treasury, which most of them continue to obtain clean audit. And we know that the clean audit is based on a sample. I don't know if it's 10% or 20%, but the sample that you use to conclude that this department is unqualified without findings, which cultivate into a clean audit. Will you say that these clean audits are a reflection or an epitome of what is going on in those institutions that obtain clean audit, given this ongoing narration that South Africa is a failed state and those institutions are part of it? That's my number one question. The second one, the role of the audit committees. You know, AG now is focusing more on culture shift. I think you are very clear on that one. Now, I need to check if Auditor General really recognizes the role that audit committee plays. The reason I'm saying this is that Government spend a lot of money in employing these audit committee members. They are from various professions, chartered accountant, lawyers, and these. And they come to assist these institutions, you know. Most of them are women and men of integrity. They are there to independently and objectively advise the institutions. And the institutions is composed of these stakeholders. Auditor General is part of the governance stakeholder in an institution. Now, if during the engagement letter, your audit strategies, your audit report and management report sessions, those sessions are just a formal session, a formal PFMA compliance sessions, just to tick the box that these sessions have happened because the following year OEG will require those minutes. But they are not impactful. I just need to check your role there.
Okay.
Then my second last one.
No, sorry. Let's give the other people a chance because you can still speak to AG during lunchtime as well. You can speak to her. So can I request that we give the other people a chance? Thank you.
I should have started with this one because that's very important.
We're gonna have lunch on that one.
No, thanks very much, Doc, and let me appreciate the presentation of the AG and the DM. By the way, DM, I'm a student here. I'm not. Don't be worried. My name is Motlalipula Hosho. I'm the Chief Whip of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, but I'm also the Northwest University Master student. I just want to check DM on the issue of your reflections around the thinking around communities taking ownership in protecting water against mafia operations. In mining towns, you are having zamazamas. And it's going to be very difficult. Any thinking around that to at least see how we can foster your public participatory approach to foster and strengthen our communities to own up to that, working together with law enforcement agencies. I think it's an area probably if you can share with us, but if not, one would want to deposit that you look at that approach in engaging our communities. AG, it's always a pleasure to listen to you. One, now is on an oversight role in the legislature. I think some of your comments will carry them through the legislature. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay. There's one hand here in front before we move to the middle section. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll try my best to keep my questions long enough like a miniskirt and short enough to cover the basics.
Your words, Doc.
AG, in your findings, is there a problem of leadership or a problem in leadership? Deputy Minister, there's a problem of water as a liquid gold. Are there any attempts that are being made to ensure that all the 4 basins are protected, because in the future they are going to lead to war? And let me congratulate you for identifying the issue of moving out of water-based sanitation in all the respect. And lastly, in your speech, you indicated that more water has been supplied to the households, of which you said more water. I would say more taps were provided to the households because they don't provide water. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Okay, there's a lady just behind the gentleman. Please recognize her. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and thanks to the panelists. My name is Martin Sehlapelo. I'm from Limpopo, Office of the Premier. I've got one question each. Maybe let me start with the Deputy Minister. The issue about the water rights and the issue about the transformation of the water rights. Maybe it's addressed in the changes and so on, but the challenge that I think I would like to hear deals with the issue about how we transform those water rights, because they seem to protect those who were previously advantaged, and it is in law in the way in which it is framed. And when you talk about, for example, people who vandalize the water infrastructure, part of the assessment is that it's because they don't have water. And if we don't actually provide, for example, you find a water pipe passing through a community who don't have water, and they would puncture that pipe to actually try to access the water. Auditor General, you emphasize the advantage that the AGSA has by virtue of auditing all the entities in government. Now, that advantage, plus the tools that they have, it's not an advantage that many of the, what people call the coordinating departments have. And for example, it might appear that I'm more technical, but I think I would like you to look at it from a strategic point of view. To then say, when you then look at it, you find that, for example, an auditor has the tools and the information to look at what is happening in all the entities. However, the coordinating departments do not have that, and the regulatory regime makes it difficult for that person. For instance, just to illustrate a point, that when you go to the Department of Trade and Industry, the one that manages the database for businesses and so on, we as departments rely on the central supplier database, but the auditor has access to more than that, and we don't have the actual infrastructure as government to deal with that. And what that leads to is auditors finding actual malfeasance, which the departments would not even have the ability to deal with. And because they don't have the ability to deal with, they come up and they have a risk of actually creating loss of confidence in government, but it is because of a failure of the architecture. Now, what is the platforms that the AG utilizes to then deal with the insights and influence to address these gaps without compromising what many of the auditors talk about in terms of their independence? Because when they have all these insights and you try to then say, can you share some of those insights? They then argue it compromises their independence. Thanks.
Okay, please pass the mic. Colleagues, can we be concise with the questions, please?
Okay.
Let's shoot straight to the point.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Zukiswa Roboji from Walter Sisulu University. I have one question to both to the DM and also to the Auditor General. I just want to inquire that have you ever balanced the benefits of the citizen-based monitoring policy of 2013 with the challenges that are under the MFMA? And I think for DPME and also PSA, that also are the custodians of this policy, I think it's becoming, I would say, abnormal to pass a policy, and at the end of the day, when it comes to implementation, you will find that policy, it's toothless. Did you ever foster a supporting environment where you can enhance the public participation together with the municipal outcomes? Because in terms of this policy, I was a researcher of CBM policy at Amtata, which is OR Tambo District Municipality, and there is a resistance from the authorities. So if that policy is no longer in use, why do we still see that policy in our systems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I had recognized 5 hands on this side. Okay, 1, 2, and then there's another hand here in front before we move to the other side. 2 hands. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Eugenia Paul from Gauteng Provincial Legislature. My question is directed to the Auditor General. I heard you saying, at provincial legislature levels, there's an increase in actually number of clean audits that are being obtained. However, there is a finding out there that is showing that there's serious dissatisfaction of the citizens with the services they're receiving from both the parliament and the government, which is the executive. So I want to check measures in place being put by the Auditor General to ensure that there is a balance or a link between audit outcomes and satisfaction of the citizens, because it does not help to have clean audits while our people are suffering.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Malachi, for the opportunity. I just wanted to, I'm going to be precise. Due to the fact that the Auditor General's report is always giving us the mirror image of what is taking place on the ground in terms of the municipalities' background and the departments, as well as the need for the input in terms of professionalism, in terms of qualified auditors, qualified CFOs, which are needed on the ground. Is it not therefore important for the SAAPAM, through you, Chair, Professor Zondi, as well as the SAAPAM leadership, is it not therefore necessary that each and every time we have a conference of this nature, the Auditor General's report or the Auditor General should be invited for such issues to be discussed in order for us to be able to help where we can to make sure that SAAPAM becomes a visible resolutionary provider to the society?
Thank you very much. Please bring the mic here in front. There's the 2 ladies who had their hands up, and then we move to the other side. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning or afternoon, I'm not sure. My name is Gladys Mapetu from Limpopo, Office of the Premier. I think my first question was asked by the lady there regarding the impact on the audit outcome vis-a-vis the service delivery. I would really want to hear that. My second question is the consistent utilization of consultants. What are we doing about it? Because the money that we are spending on paying consultants to do the financials is the money that we could actually be utilizing to build capacity. So I just want to check, are we letting it go or are we doing something about it?
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Fundiswa Khaile. Thank you, Dr. Malachi. My question is directed to Mayor Tsakani. Section 139 of the Constitution, subsection 1, 4, and 5, empowers provincial executive with the powers to intervene or put municipalities in administration, those that are failing to fulfill their constitutional obligation. But we see these municipalities being, repeating offenders. My question is, why are these interventions seem not to be working? Because, like Ditsobotla municipality from this province, for instance, it keeps, being put under administration. So I'm interested to know what's your view of this issue.
Okay, please hold the mic, sir. I'm told that DM has an interview now at 1 o'clock. If we can allow you just in a capsule to respond to the questions, and then we will continue with the other questions for the AG.
Yeah, I do apologize, colleagues. I actually just got a WhatsApp that informs me that I have an interview. So I certainly want to be participating fully. So I'll come back. And if there are other issues, I'll hang around for a few moments and then we can engage. Colleagues, I think one of the biggest things, and when we had our first media briefing, the emphasis that Minister Majodina made during that press briefing was that the constitutional mandate to provide water and sanitation lies with municipalities.
And the reason why we emphasize that specific constitutional mandate is because whilst the buck stops with us as the regulator, as the intervener, we cannot take over the role of COCTA. We cannot take over the role of SALGA. We cannot take over the role of MECs or the provincial government. I'll give you an example. You speak about water boards. Now, water boards are a Schedule 3B entity as per the PFMA. They are supposed to obviously generate their own revenue. They must be self-sustainable from the selling of bulk water and the infrastructure. Obviously, that will be able to provide that water to households. But the reticulation of that water is the responsibility of municipalities. So water boards, we can talk about water boards as best as we want to. But the reality is that if municipalities, the Auditor General spoke about how municipalities' billing systems are so poor. And that is true. Because if you go just here in Moses Kotane and you go to Mukhwase and you go and ask them, what is your meter reading in terms of the water that you're supposed to pay for the municipality? They'll tell you that, no, now I used 50,000 liters to fill up my pool. But when my water bill came, it says 1,200. And yet somebody who is a teacher who is residing maybe in another village or whatever, when they come home and they receive their monthly statement, it says 3,750. So we honestly have to have an honest conversation about how municipalities are actually being managed at this point in time. Professor Somadoda Figeni knows these things. These are things that he's been talking about for years as a commentator. So water boards can do the work that they're supposed to do, as is the case now with a Water Services Act Section 63 intervention in the municipality of Imfuleni, where Rand Water has taken over the running of the water and sanitation infrastructure in that municipality. Because for those who know Imfuleni, AG, you know Imfuleni, we know what is the financial status of that municipality. We know that they owe Eskom 7 billion. We know that there are things that have been attached. That is why you cannot give that municipality a direct grant, right? But, AG, we can only intervene in terms of that section if the province is strong enough and willing enough to actually implement Section 139 intervention there. But all of us seated here as academics, we know that since 1997, in Mfuleni, there's a neighboring municipality there called Midval. Why? The AG consistently gives that municipality green for the past 10 years. Have academics looked at what is the governance model of Midval compared to Mfuleni so that we can start talking honestly about governance in this country? If we do not do that, then it's a problem. MEC, it's always a pleasure to see you. You are quite correct in as far as Zamazamas are concerned. And I said because I'm responsible for making sure that I secure our water resources so they're not polluted. Municipalities, particularly those that have Zamazamas, are contributing towards pollution. Right? It's dangerous to go to those particular mines because there are people with guns there, and even SAPs cannot protect you when you are there. So we need a concerted effort with the security cluster on how we're going to be able to deal with those particular issues. I'm not sure about the citizens-based monitoring policy of 2013. I'd very much like to have a look at it and what it says and compare it to what is happening on the ground. I did my master's in public participation, so I know the flaws that lie within the implementation of that mechanism, particularly using ward committees and other related mechanisms to enhance public participation. So it is a problem. So irrigation boards are currently being transformed to water user associations as part of transformation. There are challenges. We still have a backlog in the province of Mpumalanga in order to bridge that particular gap that we're talking about. There is a current investigation, obviously, on the ZZ2 issue in Limpopo. We know that the farmer there has obviously raised the wall of the dam and has denied access to water from communities that are there in that, what is the Letaba Dam. So that is being investigated so that we can be able to address that particular water shortage to those particular communities. Vandalism you are quite correct. So we are working with mines. They're currently building a pipeline in Gamagara in the Northern Cape. One of the things that I raised when Val Central presented, that I said, we are building a pipeline in partnership with the municipality that's going to cost billions. But now you've got 3 settlements here that do not have access to water. What is it that you think you are doing? I said, we are going to stop that particular project, or we'll try, so that we focus on giving people water first. In that way, you secure the pipeline from vandalism. And I think these are some of the things that we can do. But colleagues, I must tell you, if we are not going to address the governance challenges in municipalities, you see, we're talking very liberally now about the crisis that we are going to face in terms of water. It's already here. The problem is that the taps have not run dry enough for us to actually be hysterical. And once it happens, we are shutting down the Lesotho Highlands Tunnel for 6 months to undertake maintenance. Municipalities in the Free State are not fully prepared. It's only now that they are drilling boreholes as if they didn't know the tunnel was going to shut down for 6 months. And we're having consistent meetings with them. But what must we then do as a Department of Water and Sanitation? We can't go and govern. Professor Mollo, I agree we can't go there and say we're taking over. If there's no political will, if they are not appointing the relevant and skilled people to actually be municipal managers and other senior officials, what are we going to do? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, DM. Okay, right, okay. Yes, we had one more question on this side, and then we move to my left. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair, I am Malfetzan Mofolo from Walter Sisulu University. Auditor General, I'm very, very much concerned about accountability ecosystem within our municipalities. It goes to a point where one should actually even think about, principal agent theory. It's like it's actually failing. And as a result, I think we need to find a way of strengthening, governance as well as accountability within our municipalities. I've seen your reports, specific reports for municipalities. They end up with the council. You'll correct me if I'm wrong, with the view that, a council is actually constituted by the councillors that are representing communities. And sometimes your reports then will be so general, of course, maybe over the radios and TVs and so on and so on. But I think it's high time that maybe, a policy should be reconsidered as well. And probably maybe even extend the reports beyond those limitations. To an extent that the reports could actually even maybe directed directly to communities. Okay. I'm not, in actual fact, my view with regard to this is that by extending your reports to communities, that is the way, of course, of empowering communities in terms of accountability, so that then they can be able to hold municipalities accountable. But the fact that they would actually be within the councils and they are not even going down to communities, I think that is actually a weakness that's supposed actually to be addressed. Maybe it's a matter of policy, and then it can actually be, reflected on. And if that can be the case, really there's a need that the reports, because, well, your role is all about just to actually anyway, represent the communities or maybe even the public with regard to your responsibilities, the taxpayers. But now, I'm not quite sure as to whether, people are actually having access to your reports in the manner in which, of course, at the end of the day, then it is actually expected. Okay. In that way, I think that would actually assist a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, I've got 1, 2, 3 hands, and the last hand is here from Prof. Colleagues, can we give precise, please? What is the question?
Thank you very much, Doctor and the panel. Johnny Mutsusi is my name, a local government practitioner attached to one of the municipalities around the Northwest Province. Two quick ones. Whilst acknowledging the plethora of challenges on areas where municipalities are going wrong, where we want to turn a blind eye on the cause that you all know, these are results of the deployment committees, where questionable characters are continuing to be deployed from one municipality to the other, whilst capable and ethical ones are blacklisted and in limbo. They are out in the cold. We want to applaud the outcome of the AG on consequence management. We've seen these dodgy characters being followed by hawks on what they did in their previous lives. Maybe AG, on your engagement with the law enforcement, ask them to increase their pace because their processes seem to take long. And lastly, on the concern is on the capacity of audit staff doing work on the ground. They seem to be limited, to have limited knowledge on the local government processes, wherein they struggle to differentiate between transfer station and the landfill site.
Okay.
So maybe the office could take some consideration on their orientation, because that results on an unfair negative finding.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Doc?
Of the session.
Doc, please. Thank you.
Manana Baloi. Kuna maka la ya le amaskral. Bano ba feel some years back because of cholera. And me let the recommendations years back to the city of Swan. You noticed my bona makale kuri. Because me balabule decaying water treatment plants. Yala amaskral, you advise the city. 22 people died because of cholera. The city decided to ignore that particular advice. When are we going to see the mayor being arrested by hawks? Including the city manager. Because in Karungwani, they just decided not to take your advice serious. It's not a crisis, it's a serious disaster that people died there. And if we don't learn from this thing, we are running a risk of repeating it to some other municipalities. Black people lives is so cheap. It's very cheap. It's people from Amaskaral Majaning. It's fine, let's move on. Manana Maluleka, yimele ngwina. Kuri mi byela hawks kuri fambani makoma brink before bang voter out of office. Ufanele akhomiwa. Thanks.
Lokoniri, I cannot interpret. Okay, Doc.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, that's the last hand, please, on this side, and the mic must come to the front.
My
Thank
questions are directed to the AG.
you. Okay, Doc, to the point.
It is very clear that the challenges of municipalities are known. We know all of them. The findings are repeated. If you go through the MFA report, they are similar. Coming next year, possibly, we'll still have the same problems. Now the question is, and it emerged that it seems the AG, yes, office does not have teeth to bite because the office depends on referrals. Are there no other means that the office is thinking of tackling the municipal problems? Because it appears the problems of municipalities are far. It is still going to take us a long time before they can be resolved, while people on the grounds are suffering. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, the mic must come to the front. Okay. Can you give the mic to Prof? And then that's the last hand, right, at the back? Sorry, Puti. Sorry. There's a hand there at the back. That will be the last hand. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Somadoda Figeni, Chairperson of the Public Service Commission. I had one question for the Deputy Minister. I will save that for lunch. Okay. I take the second one to my sister, Tsakani. You mentioned the referrals. What would be the implications of each one of these constitutional bodies exchanging notes and referrals to each other where they've spotted challenges. Because the Human Rights Commission will spot a challenge, PSC will spot a challenge, ICASA will spot a challenge, and so forth. But because each one of them write reports and they are moving in parallel lanes, what would be the implications once we start comparing notes? Because you sample, you don't do the full population, and other investigations also sample. The second one and the last one, if you were asked to go to a national dialogue with the help of hindsight 30 years behind, and be asked, what should we do differently such that the best constitution, the best policies translate into impact? Because in that oversight, accountability ecosystem, something seemed to be breaking down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last question, I am aware that I'm standing between you and lunch, colleagues.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
I will be brief to the Auditor General. AG, you mentioned that last year municipalities spent over 1.3 billion on consultants. I learned about this problem when I was doing Public Administration 101, first year at the university. Now I'm a professor, the problem is still there. AG, you are one of the Chapter 9 institutions. We believe and trust in you, but why do we always have these challenges? Thank you.
May I start? Yeah, I think there's so many issues, it's better if I stand, no? Okay, I'm going to try and go through all of them and in the hope that I'm able to competently answer the questions. And thank you to each and every one of you that have posed different questions to me. Who audits the AGSA? So let's get that one out of the way. One of the key parts of being independent is that we must earn our independence continually by providing relevant work that does support the strengthening of the systems of transparency, accountability, performance as well. Similarly, we must also lead by example and do the things we expect others to do. We must also operate within the rule of law. We must subject ourselves to scrutiny by an independent external auditor. We must have a functional internal audit. We must also have a functional and effective audit committee that is independent of the office. And we must account somewhere. So the things we expect of you to do are done. We have an audit committee, which then processes different possibilities for who might audit us as an external auditor, and then they make a proposal to SCOAG, which is the Standing Committee on the AG in Parliament, where I account. And it is SCOAG that appoints that external auditor. It's an independent external auditor that does not do any work alongside us. As you know, about 13 or 15% of our work we outsource to the private sector auditors. They don't do any of that work. Why? They must be and be seen to be independent. I hope that gives you some sense. We have an audit report that's then tabled as part of our annual report, and it's part of my presentation to Parliament, and I'm also challenged by parliamentarians on how I had promised this, where are you now? In the budget and the strat plan you submitted and that we supported, you said you would do the following, where are you now? So I hope that gives you a good sense. The principles of good governance must prevail in our office in as much as we expect of others to do. Okay, so from Limpopo, there was a question about the role of internal audit. I think it's an important part, right? So in that ecosystem of accountability, I'm deliberate in pointing out the role of internal audit and the role of audit committee. Because I'm aware that every public institution, PFMA, MFMA, has invested in those functions. And then we keep asking the question, why is it not working properly? I'll give you two reasons. And it's something I've been in the office now for 12 years. It's something I've personally been asking every year, right, to understand from our auditors, what do we experience? What's the problem? Because these are our professional colleagues who are people, men and women who want to do good. What's the problem? One is that they tell us that the audit committees and internal auditors tend to focus only on the debits and credits. So their scope of work and the things that the accounting officer wants them to worry about is just make sure that I get an unqualified. And then the other matters don't worry about. As you know, the AGSA mandate covers the other matters too. Then they also say that the internal auditors tend to not focus on holding the institution accountable or supporting the accounting officer to hold senior managers accountable on their response to the audit action plan. So that what they do is we do the audit 1 year, they do an action plan, they tick a box, they shelve it until we come next year. Where's the problem? Well, the accounting officer is supposed to make sure that doesn't happen because it's the accounting officer's responsibility, the MM, the DG, the HOD, they must worry about whether or not the audit action plan is being implemented and not wait for the AG a year later. Because if they are responsible and responsive and seized with building the institution, they're not going to bury things and then wait for us to come a year later. Internal audit function also tends to be under-resourced, and they tend to also be placed in a position where they are doing investigations instead of dealing with things that are about building the institution. Perhaps it's an area that yourselves as people in academia might worry about because there is significant spend. In fact, I think the country spends more on internal audit functions across institutions than they do on external audit by the AG. And you can ask me, where's the relative value? So we must worry about why that would be. The problem of leadership or in leadership, that's a very academic question. So let me see if I can make an attempt of it. I think it's both. A problem of leadership is about people, what they do once they're in those roles. And in leadership is how they are. Are they competent? Are they capable? Do they have the type of posture that's about institutional building, that's about performance, that's about delivery? Our sense is that it's both. That's why you hear us talk about governance failures, and you hear us talk about the need for all of us to worry about the type of people that we are entrusting with these responsibilities to act as our stewards. So it is of, and it's also in. It's in terms of also, if somebody has the mindset of building an institution, it's going to inform what sort of city manager they appoint. It's going to inform what sort of MMC they have for responsible for finance. It's going to inform what sort of Section 56 managers they're appointing. If somebody is entrusted with these big responsibilities, how they show up is about who they are. And in terms of leadership, do they really understand and do they own their responsibilities and do they act on them? So I suspect it's both, but maybe we can talk a bit more over lunch if I've not understood it. That is, Tlapelo, I want to think a bit more about the point you're raising. I think all I will say to you now is yes, we have the privilege of access to all sorts of information you might not have. I also want to assert that our role is about strengthening the systems of integrity, not about penalizing you for things you don't know or can't get. It's about how do we partner with each other for you to build the type of capability to get you what you need on a regular basis so that we complement each other. So allow me to think a bit more about it, but I hope I've given you some assurance that our posture is not one that's punitive. It's a posture that says, to what extent can we use what we have to give you information that helps you strengthen what you have to deal with? Because we must indeed worry about strengthening the infrastructure. The M&E policy, I think the DM responded to it. I'm aware that the DPME is also working within the local government sphere to start thinking about how to give better guidance from a policy and framework point of view on performance management and performance reporting. It is an area that does need attention. As AGSA, we remain close to that working group, providing the insight we have from the work we do, in the hope that it does add value to the conversation. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature, to what extent is there a link between these outcomes and satisfaction of citizens? You might note that when I gave the outcomes, I said, it's good that they've got the basics in place. We can now talk to them about how do we close the gap in terms of delivering on their oversight responsibilities, starting with how they oversee the departments that are directly accountable to them, Office of the Premier, the COCTA, the Provincial Treasury, but also others, and also worrying about local government as well. There are things that should be done around how the work of the legislature is shaped to be responsive to their mandate, but also responsive to the matters that are happening on the ground from a delivery point of view. And we're seeing some of them respond. When we raised the matter of disclaimers in some provinces, the speakers in those legislatures took it upon themselves. They went on roadshows. Because the voice that pushes back on a lack of submission or a lack of, or disclaimer must be a political voice, because the issue is that. And we found that that has also been something that helps. So it's difficult to put that as an audit issue, but we can use our insight and influence to get them to do the work that they must. I really welcome your articulation of what could be. I think there is genuine power in us exploring a partnership between AGSA and SAAPAM. I think at the end of the day, we all want the same things, right? We want a functioning public service that is staffed by people of good skill, good competence, and ongoing investment in our understanding of what ought to be. So the one on consultants, there were 3 voices that asked about it. Let me see if I can just consolidate. So when I joined the office about 12 years ago, we started to see this thing. And we started to measure the number. And why we did it was because we were seeing it increasing, the number of people who were using financial accountants to do financials. And at the time, our concern was mostly in the Free State. And I remember it was still Terence's term, Terence Nombembe, and we said, you know what? We said to the team there, just calculate how much it is for the whole province. Né? And then let's have a different conversation with the Premier. This is a problem. And then we started to track it every single year. 2 years ago, it peaked at 1.63 billion. And not for lack of us raising it. We've been raising it everywhere we went, and really raising the alarm. Because this is an area we understand, you know? So we could shape a key message for the municipality, we could shape a message for the legislature, we could shape a message for the executive at provincial level, we could also shape a message for the profession of accountants. We went there and said, guys, you are our colleagues, how is this happening? And what we found, interestingly, the more established firms pulled out of that space because we raised an ethics issue for professionals. And the ones that stayed were those who were not so worried. What have we done as AGSA? I think there was a question that says, what have you done? Well, we've raised the alarm. At least you know about it. That's transparency. 2, we've been able to influence different decisions. In Limpopo, the Premier put a line. He said, no, you must cut down on the use of consultants. He didn't quite win it, but at least the conversation is happening. In the Northwest, we saw that the Provincial Treasury made it their business to, yes, support municipalities with getting submissions and disclaimers sorted out, but they started to control the use of consultants. In the Free State, the number went down because of the influence we were able to have. We also used our powers. We started to raise MIs. When we could see that, no man, here, you're paying someone to do a VAT return, millions of rands, because sometimes that's what it is, né? It's not complex stuff. A VAT return. And then somebody's paid a percentage of the money that comes from SARS. And we said, this is an inefficient use of resources. So we raised that MI, and we saw some of the contracts being cancelled. So the reduction that you're seeing from 1.63 in 2022 to 1.3 in 2023 is partly because of that work we've been doing. It's still too high, I'm the first to admit. But when you ask, what have we done? We've given insight, we've used our influence, and we've also used our powers of enforcement. I'll tell you one story that will stay with me for a very long time, which answers the question of what needs to happen. In Machabeng, they used to get disclaimers of audit opinion year on year on year. In 2021, there were local government elections and new mayor came into town. We sat down with him and said, these are the problems in your municipality. And we advise you to rather hire people within the municipality who can do these basics instead of paying consultants. And you gradually build up. He did that. He appointed people to come and do those basics. What has that helped? He's reduced the amount of spend because it's actually cheaper to hire these people permanently. And they're doing the basics. They've gradually moved from disclaimer into qualified and, from disclaimer into adverse and to qualified. The team that audits Machabeng tells me that they've got very few paragraphs still on qualified. So it means that if he continues on that trend, they'll get to unqualified. For me, it tells a story that it all begins and ends with leadership. It was a decision made by the person who has been appointed to be the steward over public resources. AGSA can issue MIs, can influence, can incite as much as we like, for as long as the political leadership, the people that are entrusted with that institution choose otherwise, we're not going to win. And it brings me to the major point I want to leave you with. It does begin and end with leadership. You're not going to be able to build institutional capability if we don't sort that out. It is the people who are heading up council. It's the mayor, it's the speaker, it's the whip, it's the MMCs who choose an MM. It is that MM who directs the effort within that municipality. It is those senior managers that report to the MM but are appointed to the council that also lead different key functions with that municipality. If you don't have in those layers, those senior managers, the accounting officer, the mayoral council, and the mayoral committee and the council, if you do not have people who have competence to do what's required, we're not going to win. And so it's going to sound like a long range to say, well, why do you romanticize professionalization as much as you do? We've looked at this thing every which way. We're never going to win unless we invest in that. When I talk about the disclaimers and the submissions coming right, I want to highlight that that's just the start. It can never be the sole solution. The provincial executive can only do so much. The people who run that municipality must be people who have the skills to do so. If you don't have in a municipality a CFO who understands that it's kind of important to pay ESCOM and not incur interest and penalties, an accounting officer who understands that it's kind of important to put aside finances and resources to deal with infrastructure maintenance, it's not going to happen. If you do not have the type of leadership in a municipality that prioritizes service delivery consistently, even when they don't have all the resources they desire, and they use that which they have efficiently. If you don't have that, we'll never win this game. So I want to highlight even why these Section 139s don't work. Often they start too late. 154 wasn't applied to support and monitor effectively. The intervention comes very late. It comes with putting an administrator, and then the core leadership is left there. The same mayor often is still there. And then even the senior managers are still there. And so the ability to transform that institution is very constrained. So again, I think our biggest benefit is going to come out of having done with these things. I want to just do one more, maybe. Our report is sitting on our website. We have a lovely report on our website which will give everyone the information you want. We have a management report which is not public, it's for the managers. We have an audit report which is published as part of the annual report. It's there. We have the general report which is on our website, and it's actually a wonderfully interactive site where you can go to your own municipality. You can go to Mudimule and say, where, I'm from there, this is what I want to know. And even the people at Tshwane and Hammanskraal can go there. So I was referred to as Manan Baloi. Bampalo iti hosi, mani hosi, Maluleke. We did raise the MI, you're quite right. The trick is to make sure that we do track that there is responsiveness to it. As we know, that wastewater treatment plant is being fixed up. It might not happen as quickly as we would have liked, but it is happening. Maybe one last thing, what should happen, what needs to change on the ecosystem? So Prof. Fikeni, we do work closely with the constitutional bodies as well as others. We've been very good at referring to the public protector as well as to the Human Rights Commission. I think there's still scope for us to start referring more to the PSC and others, but you're quite right, collaboration is what's going to get us through. What would change? I have to think about it, but maybe I can venture a thought. I would have liked it if we problematized the barriers to professionalization, whatever they may be. And I believe that the rules are there. It's probably the behaviors that we've tolerated and shouldn't have over the last 30 years. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, AG. It's been very interesting. You have shared a lot of insight with us. So I want to close the session and thank you very much for being with us. AG would still be around if you want to ask more questions and make more inputs. And a very big thank you to DM as well, and thank you for coming back. I know there will be colleagues who would like to speak to you after this. So from my side, I want to close with this quote. It says, good governance depends on the ability to take responsibility by both administration as well as the people. So let us take responsibility, colleagues. Thank you very much from my side. Izimangaliso Malachi. Enjoy your lunch. See you at 2:00. Thank you.